Good morning. My name is Tay Rook. I'm the planner for the owners of the property at 46 Gloucester Grove.
So I'm just for the applicant. We do have a planning report which is recommending refusal. I'm wondering do you have any comments on the report from planning?
Yes, sir. The report basically has issue with one variance, which is related to the side yard variance on the south side. Sorry, on the west side. There is a variance related to the south side yard variance at 0.089 meters. And if you could pull up the site plan, correct, that's right. You'll note that there's three yellow highlighted dimensions. So the 0.89 is at the front of the property where it pinches. And that's a result of an architectural feature of the house at the front wall. But also at the same time, the owners were very cognizant and discussing this proposal with the neighbors. And what we've done is created a larger setback where the windows are located at the middle of the property at 1.29 meters. And then at the rear, it's at 0.99 of a meter. And once again, the house itself is in principle, majority of the house itself is less than 17 meters. The portion that extends beyond the 17 meters is that green highlighted area. And if you look on the area context map, the first map, which is highlighted in purple, there's many examples of dwellings in the area that those purple houses represent variances that houses that exist or have gotten variances with less than side yard setbacks. And there's instances along Gloucester Grove where there is side yard setback variances or no side yard setback variances on Gloucester Grove, such as 27, 28, 34, 39, 51, 52, 53, and 68 Gloucester Grove. So the context, the neighborhood itself is a very tightly knit neighborhood. And the proposal is just a reflection of that character, and in no way is a form of overdevelopment on the site. And the property that would be affected mostly by the setback variance that the planning department has concerned with on the west side, we did receive a letter of support from them.
Just on that question of the side yards, that map that we're seeing shows lots that have side yards less than 1.2 meters. Are those on both sides? So they have both side yards that less than 1.2?
So there are examples, and those were the addresses that I've mentioned to you earlier, sir. So those are 27, 28, 34, 39, 51, 52, 53, 68 Gloucester Grove. And those are just a small snapshot just on the street within the immediate area of situations where there is less than 1.2 meters on either side.
I'll move approval of the requested variances, and I believe there are urban forestry condition number 1.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thanks. My name is, yep, I'm Chris Bertato, architect, assisting on this project. Um,
I have a question on variances number 3, 4, and 5. If perhaps the applicant can explain the issue of the outdoor amenity space. And also variance number 4, it looks like the increase in actual floor space is about 15,000 square meters. And yet the purpose of the application, I didn't get a sense of, where that 15,000 square meters, what's happening there.
I believe that was a bit of an error in interpretation. We went over that a few days ago, and it looks like the city's report has been amended to for our request to be 316 meters square. Because yeah, 15,000 meters square is essentially a 14-story skyscraper. So it was just from the original report, I think, produced by the city. But then there have been variances that have been granted. That if you see our justification document, that are amended to the back that allow 12.5 times the site area. So we're only really requesting 316 meters square. So it's quite a bit smaller. And then in terms of outdoor amenity space, also covered in the justification document, it's this is the Royal Bank Plaza. It's a high rise that's existing. There is a communal balcony outside that can be shared by the public on the upper floors, but there's also the ground floor area as well. Other than that, the amenity space and the building constraints are fixed, and we're just asking for to convert on this project a mechanical mezzanine that's existing above the 12th floor in one of the towers to a occupiable mezzanine. So we're just asking for 316 meters square of additional office space.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think, yeah, a lot of the comments maybe from the city are based on a maybe misunderstanding of the question, but the clarification that this is just over 300 square meters is helpful. Can you talk about the community planning's asking for $50,000 on this? And do you have any more information? Because there wasn't much justification in the letter, in the report from community planning as to why they're asking for this.
Is that a question for me, Chris?
Sorry, yeah, that's a question for the applicant.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering that as well. Looking, and it was something we heard about 2 days ago, and there are a lot of stakeholders in this project. So it's yeah. So I was going to ask about that too, because we would like to kind of internally discuss and/or maybe see an opportunity for negotiating that amount with the city a little bit more. And I'm wondering if having it agreed to here would bind us to that $50,000 that's being requested. I think it's in lieu of amenity space. If I look at the city report there. City planning staff recommend that the committee require the applicant to provide an indexed financial contribution of $50,000 to the city secured through Section 45(9) of the Planning Act in order to contribute to the provision of affordable housing and/or the improvement of community services and infrastructure.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to know if you had any further information on that, but that's great. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, we got a phone call, I think, on Friday. That's when I first found out about the 15,000 meters square that was originally recorded as requested. And yeah, the request then was for $2 million. So we adjusted the application, and it does reflect in the city's report, but then the amount is 50,000, and yeah, we heard about that a couple of days ago. So yeah, we were wondering if there was any room for further discussion of that amount with the city. Yeah, I heard about the 2 million on Friday, last Friday. And that was when I found out that the city had originally believed we were asking for 15,000 meters square of additional space. So a little bit of a mix-up, because I think it was from the original zoning letter where it was identified that that the maximum area permitted for this building was 8 times the site area, but then we have variances from I think 1990 and 1991 that permit 12.5 times. So we were going off of those variances.
So it looks like that amount of money is determined by the area that you are trying to add. So now you're down to a smaller amount, and that's 50,000. I really don't think we can negotiate that number with you here at this committee. So you either accept it, we will consider that in our committee and approve it or not, but you know, we can't negotiate and say we approve it and then you can go down the number with the city staff later on. We can't guarantee that.
Okay, I mean, is it a number that we can discuss later on with the city? I mean, the owners might ultimately find it acceptable. It's just that they were, you know, it's a pretty recent revelation.
I will have to.
Yeah, I did, just to go back to the GFA numbers. So are the GFA numbers in variance 1 and 4 correct?
Variance 1 and 4. I'm looking at the city report there. Oh yes. Let me see what you have on your screen. No, we are not asking for that much more space. Yeah, I'm going off of the report that I received yesterday from the city, which is a little bit different.
Okay, so what should the correct numbers be for variances 1 and 4?
For 1 and 4, we are asking, according to the city report, 316 meters square. I believe in our justification document we said 302 meters square, but 316 is a little bit more of an allowance.
Okay, I'm not sure that helps us because there's actual square meters of what's permitted and what the alteration will be.
Yes, if
I have one more question, and I think we're all kind of confused with the numbers, but the previous rezonings that have happened a decade or so ago, you say have allow for over 12 times density on the site, right?
Let me.
Or higher than is being requested now. So I'm not
Yes,
sure.
yes.
I'm not connecting those two dots. Why you would still need to be applying for a variance for a lesser amount than you're already approved for? Do you have information on that?
No, we're the reminder variances that were sent. If you look at the justification document at the back, let me see our replies here. Yeah, I think at the time the subject property was developed, the maximum non-residential gross floor area was equal to 12 times the amount. So yeah, there were variances that were at the back that were at the back of our justification document that I guess the zoning examiner didn't have access to. That there we go. Maybe we need. See, yeah. Just. So yes, looking at that, going through the numbers. So yeah, it was we had a couple of additions then. So it was approved to get us up to, I think, 159,649 meters square. So if we are adding this to that amount, we're only requesting 302 meters square. I'm just wondering if maybe we need a little bit of extra time to get this right, the numbers, but both in both understanding from the committee and the request, and I guess the 50,000 that's being requested. Or do you understand the project? To render a decision? Okay. Mm-hmm.
I would suggest a deferral of this application so that each of the specific variances can be reviewed to ensure that the numbers are accurate and reflect what is actually being requested and what has already been approved.
I agree with Imran that they need more time to update the numbers. Right now, they're looking back at the agreement that was set before, and that's how they come up with the 350 square meters something, right? But obviously, the zoning examiner didn't look at that number. They was using the original previous number and come up with a much bigger number on the notice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in agreement. And I think once they get a stronger handle on the numbers, that a lot of the variances being requested may not even be required. They might be able to do this as of right. So yeah, I would support a deferral. So I'd be happy to move a motion to defer the application subject to recirculation fees. Okay.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Franco Romano, Action Planning Consultants, here on behalf of the owner. Thank you, sir. I'd like to start with my slides, my presentation. Slide number 1, please. Thank you kindly. So this is a property that's located on the south side of Conway. Conway is a local road, and you'll see that the streetscape along the street consists of dwellings that are 1 to 3 stories in height in detached and attached residential building forms. The zoning for the area allows for, it's a multiple residential zoning. It allows detached as well as duplexes. And most recently, what's occurred is the city also allows laneway housing. We'll see that there is a lane that's parallel to the north side of Conway Avenue. So anybody on the north side is allowed to have 2 units within the residential building, plus a laneway house. Despite having a rear lane, you'll see that on that north side, and this is the opposite side to the subject site, there are driveways onto Conway. Driveways under the current zoning bylaw onto Conway, when you have a laneway, is generally not permitted, and that is an existing condition that reflects some of the variety along the street that illustrates zoning non-compliant in many instances. So the variances before you today, sir and panel, are two variances. One is to permit 3 units instead of a maximum of 2 within the existing residential building. And the existing residential building, I'd just like to stick with slide number 1, please. The existing residential building is a 2-story detached residential built form. The 3 units are long-standing. The current owner has not created the 3 units. The only thing the current owner is responsible for is updating the tired building and updating the 3 kitchens within this existing triplex. There are other slides that show that the triplex has existed since at least 1998. The 3 kitchens have existed well before then. So the triplex has existed for many decades on this site. And I think it's telling that many of the letters in opposition state that this current owner has illegally converted this detached dwelling into 3 units. That is telling because it shows the innocuous nature of this triplex. No one knows that it was actually 3 units for many decades. They all think that it was a newly renovated, converted dwelling by this current owner, and that is just not true. There is no new construction, no new building entrances, no new openings, no new fenestration, no new parking condition. The second variance relates to parking, 0 spaces instead of 3. There is 1 lawful licensed parking space that you'll see in the photograph in the lower left. And Transportation Services has identified no concerns with the parking variance. So the proposal is to allow a very gentle form of dwelling unit occupancy within a detached residential building that has no impact. If we go to the second slide, you'll see the parking license and the improvements that have occurred both on site and to the building just in terms of updating the exterior, but there's no new construction that's being proposed or that has occurred. If we go to slide number 3, we'll see that this is a 1998 listing that was posted, I think, in 1997 that identifies 3 kitchens, and in the description, it talks about an income property. If we go to slide number 4, Yep, if we go to slide number 4, we'll see that people that have lived on the street and in the existing building identify the fact that it is a long-standing triplex. So I would submit, sir, that what's being proposed here does indeed meet the intent of the bylaw, respects and reinforces the existing physical character and has no unacceptable adverse impacts. That's my, thank you.
Yes, I am. Good morning. My name is Jerry Condata. I live at 32 Conway Avenue. Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, number one, I don't know, I forgot, is that Mr. Romano? Apparently, if we did not know that this was a triplex, it doesn't make it right. It might have been a triplex, but it was illegal. There's been other things that have happened on the street that have been illegal. And for instance, the big oversized garage off our back alley, that it was a weekend build. The point here is, why are we at this point even discussing a bylaw that tells us that we can't have a triplex on this street? And then the parking situation, the street is small and overtaxed. And I can guarantee you that as things go along, then we're in here for another variance about getting parking for the triplex. Are we seriously going to think that all the tenants he's ever going to put in that building is going to actually not own a car? It is absolutely one big long concrete pad from the top of Oakwood down to the bottom of Glenholm. And it's getting a little ridiculous because the curbs, half of them are cut, and there is a serious parking problem on this street. So that concerns me. And it also concerns me that, why are we even discussing this when it was not in the zone to be a triplex? Thank you.
Hello? Is it, are you, I have no idea who you're speaking to. Are you speaking to Elisa? Yes, it is. Good morning. Okay, I have a question. My husband has something he'd like to say. We both signed the letter. Is it possible for each of us to have a voice? Okay, great. My name is Elisa Sauve. I live at 21 Conway Avenue, and we have lived here for 18 years. We understood that house to be a single family home. We knew the family that lived there, whether they had 3 kitchens or not. It's a very common cultural occurrence in Toronto for people to have, you know, a basement kitchen, the cantina, and where this is a very kind of cultural and diverse ethnic neighborhood. The reason for my variance is that our neighborhood, as as my other neighbor was saying, is really, really maxed out for parking. A neighbor recently applied for a permit on the street. There was only one left. And it makes it literally impossible for a family living in a single home to have 2 cars and be able to park when they get home from work. As well, the property value of the street, with turning the south side into garages, has been impacted. In fact, we did a big green space on the front of our yard. It's been kind of a like a mission for the residents of this short street to kind of add trees and add green space. Mr. Posner has like built little 4x4 planters that that really somehow skirt the minimum requirements for green space. Most of them sit on pavement and have nothing sitting in them. And lastly, I wanted to say that one of the letters of support I just wanted to state is from our lovely neighbor who we really are happy she's there. Her name is Allison. She lives at right beside us at 25 Conway. And I just wanted to state that there might be a conflict of interest in that, you know, Miss Allison, I believe, is a business partner and purchased a house for Mr. Posner. I just wanted to be transparent about that. We have nothing personal against anybody. We're actually very happy that she's on our street. But just to state that they are, I believe, business partners, et cetera. Just in terms of transparency. But more than anything, it's the fact that there is no green space. The minimum requirements are met, and we are the people that live on the street. So actually, regardless of the bylaws or how you said gentle form, actually, it's not a gentle form of small change at all. When you live on a street that is between two major streets, it's 1 block long, and with the winters and the snow and all of the driveways on the south side, there is no place to comfortably park your car for a family with 2 cars. So the idea that there would be a triplex that potentially could have 6 more cars on our street is really, yeah. So that's all really. It's nothing personal. It's just a very purely matter of fact thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello. Yeah, so my name is Renee Sauvé, and I live at 2021 Conway. Good morning. Okay, so yeah, so obviously, you know, we're in opposition to this. We had no idea it was a triplex, and I don't believe it was a triplex. We knew the Brazilian family that lived there before, and unfortunately, the head of the whole household died, and they decided to move back to Brazil. As my wife said before, it is cultural here to have a cantina in the. It used to be a predominantly Italian neighborhood. Right. So now, you know, now it's Italian and Portuguese, but we have a neighbor, and it's a single family dwelling. They have 3 kitchens in their house. They have one in the basement and one upstairs as well. We know that the kids, the older boys, they lived in the upstairs one. So I don't think they rented it out. Maybe they put it on the notice to sell the house so that they could get a higher price for it. I'm not sure, but oh no.
All right, can you?
Okay, can you? Okay.
Your recording has reached maximum length. If you are satisfied with your message,
Hello. Hi. Oh, we're going to get feedback on my audio on my computer. But, okay, well, thanks for calling back. I don't know what happened. I don't think it was on our end. But, and I don't know where I finished off. Start again. So do you mind if I just recap a little bit of what I said before and continue? Okay, so just one second. I'm going to put on speaker. Okay, okay, so I think it was a little bit, I don't know if we got to that point, but it wasn't rented as a triplex before that. I think it's misleading that the representative said it was because of the kitchens and the way it was sold. Did you hear that part, when I said that? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we knew the family and they left when the father died. But also culturally, a cantina in the basement is the norm. And if you scan the neighborhood, I think 75% of them have a cantina, and they're single family dwellings. So my main opposition to this, apart from the parking, well, we have many, but it's the fact that it's Mr. Posner he's renovated 3 houses on our small street, And I imagine he hasn't had too much opposition. I mean, we're usually pretty friendly. It's just like if he encroaches on our land, like he renovated one beside us, and the only problem I had was when he encroached on my space. That was it. Otherwise, we felt he was free to do what he wanted. But I think he's a lawyer, and he knew the bylaws, and I think he knowingly bypassed it. Hoping not to get caught, and then maybe got caught. I'm not sure how it happened that we're at a variance right now, but now he's trying to ask for a variance to the law, and I don't think that should be the way it should be done. You shouldn't kind of push and break the law and then get the law changed in your favor. I mean, I think there's a community that was not involved with that in the first place. It's our community, and he doesn't live on the street. I know he owns a property, but we should have been consulted with that before this happened. His whole business model, I would assume, is financially motivated, not community motivated. He's not putting up public housing there. He's not philanthropy. Okay, so we don't harbor any ill will against Mr. Posner, and we understand what he's doing. I just think that we should have been consulted, and I think that it affects our community, and it shouldn't come down to breaking the law, putting in the triplex, and then coming back at the variance committee to approve it. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go to slide number 5, please, on my presentation. This shows the 3 kitchens before and after. And on this point, I'm just gonna briefly summarize that the allegations are 100% and completely unfounded that Mr. Posner did anything illegal here. For persons to put that in writing and then to communicate on this form allegations of illegality when all Mr. Posner did was take a tired triplex and update it. No new building construction, no new openings, no new doors, nothing. All he did was take what was existing and improved it. And I invite you to look at the property, look at inside the property. There's nothing untoward or that creates an impact in this instance. If we go over to slide number 2, what you're going to see is that virtually 100% of the rear yard, there's a small shed at the back lot line, is landscaped. And that is double the minimum required landscaping that the zoning bylaw allows. So yes, the front yard has parking and a planter. The planter was put there so then you can't park 2 vehicles there, and that was done, I believe, by this owner. And that is in keeping with what the city allows and as authorized as licensed parking. But what it lacks for front yard landscaping, it makes up for it more so in the backyard. And the front yard is no different than anybody else along the street, including some of those persons that have spoken in opposition, some of whom have driveways where they're not allowed to have a driveway on the Conway based on the current zoning bylaw. The parking issue is not created by this property. This property has 3 tenants, only one of which has a vehicle, and that is written in one of the letters of support by one of the tenants. And Mr. Posner is clear in indicating what the parking supply is for this property to his tenants. And let me also be clear that this property is the 2nd block north from St. Clair, which has excellent transit, and within a few properties, it's within the same block that abuts Oakwood that also has transit. So this has excellent transit accessibility. And again, there's no parking issue that's being created by the proposal, and Transportation Services has no issues with the parking variance. And on that note, the number of units on a property does not dictate parking demand. The persons occupying the residential building dictates parking demand. And what that, in other words, you can have one detached dwelling with 6 persons living in it, and all 6 of them have a vehicle. And that is what can contribute to parking demand. In this case, we have one residential building with 3 units, and one of which has a car. So that is, again, parking is not a concern that's being raised by the proposal. So I would submit, sir, that there is no evidence of adverse impact. There's no evidence of impact whatsoever, and there's no evidence regarding the allegation that Mr. Posner created the 3 units. To the contrary, the evidence is clear that the 3 units have been long-standing there. They exist, and you've actually heard from other persons on the street that that multiple kitchens and likely multiple units occupy other residential buildings along this street. So the proposal is not breaking new ground here. It is a gentle form of residential living and occupancy on this street that complies with the stable residential character of the area and creates no impact. So subject to any questions, sir, I submit that the 2 variances should be authorized.
So my only concern was the parking, but then I saw the Toronto Parking Service report that they have no objection with the existing one parking at the front pad as long as they don't change anything. So personally, I have no objection to the application. The only concern I had was only parking, and I think it's been verified by the city staff.
Me as well. I think we do in intensification in neighborhoods that have a parking crunch. We often see this pushback from neighbors, and I think it's something that unfortunately we're just going to have to get more used to as a city, as people repopulate areas that are that have lost population and are now getting more populated. And particularly because this has good transit access, I think this is a supportable application. So I'll move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Hi, yes, my name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 107 Strathmore Boulevard, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road. I'd just like to point out, we do have extensive comments from TPC, engineering, planning, as you mentioned, but none of them are in opposition of our application. Planning has gone so far as to say that they're happy with the way we've set the additions on the home to avoid creating, as they would put it, a looming tower in the backyard. As you can see on the drawings, the laneway suite is a conversion from an existing garage. We've set the addition portion of that laneway suite to be in compliance with the laneway suite bylaw. All the variances you're seeing related to that laneway suite are just because of the existing garage portion that was converted. If you look at our site plan, you can see the front and back of that laneway suite were stepped in to comply with those bylaws. So I think we've tried to comply with things here as much as we could, given the existing conditions of the garage. And like I said, planning is in support. We've had extensive discussions with engineering. We understand we have to go through the process and forestry, but I believe we're good to move forward here.
I'll move a motion to approve the variances. I believe there are a large number of variances, but I believe they are minor in nature, and make the approval subject to conditions of community planning, urban forestry condition number 2, I believe it is. And I wasn't clear whether development engineering had conditions or those were just comments that they had.
Can I answer that?
Okay.
Can I answer that?
And community planning. And community planning?
I didn't notice any community planning conditions personally, but maybe I missed it.
All right, it was probably. Okay, then I'll take off the community planning.
I'll second that.
So can we find that community planning report and see whether it had conditions or not?
Can I chime in? I have the planning report in front of me. So the planning report just okay. I was just going to read the planning report to you, the conditions.
Sorry, the motion then is to approve the variances subject to community planning conditions, urban forestry condition number 2. And that's it.
And development engineering as well, right? Yes. Okay. Friendly amendment. I'll second that.
Hello? Yes, I am. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. I am an architect and I represent 30 Boswell. Thank you very much. The 30 Boswell, this application is for a garage. We already had received building permit in March 2020 for the garage of the area of 40 square meters. And we are asking for extra 6 square meters for the area of the garage. And the reason is twofold. One, the owner of 30 Boswell would like to install a rechargeable unit for the electric cars inside of the garage, and that will help, you know, with the movement inside. And as well, private lane is very narrow, and to get into the 2-car garage from the private lane needs some maneuvering. So we are asking for extra 6 square meters. The building is not, building will be fully contained in the area of the lot. And during our conversation, during the conversation of the owner of the building and with my telephone conversation of the neighbors, we didn't actually find any opposition to the size of the garage, to the area of the garage, but to the height. I would like to say that with the building, with the previous building permit, we had the height of the garage up to 11 feet, and some neighbors whose fences are 8.5 feet would like to see this garage as low as possible. And I have an agreement with the owner of 30 Boswell to say that yes, we will try to do the revision to our proposal for the bigger garage and lower the roof to the minimal height that we have to have. That's practically it. No, that will be, no, if we're gonna grant our size, we will be applying for the building permit, and during building permit, we will modify the height of this garage. I'm not proposing any changes to the application. As we calculate with the owner of the 30 Boswell, the height will be 8.5 plus 3 inches of the slope. That's actually it. I'm asking for extra 6 square meters of the previous building permit that we already received, and it's still active. Yes.
Can you hear me? Is it possible to take my phone instead, or is it complicated? Is this any better? Okay, great. So thank you very much for letting us comment. You know, first of all, we don't have any objection to a garage being built. And Ken, our neighbor, you know, we've had discussions around this. Certainly do not object to that. Although it's the first time I've heard about electrical cars being the reason for the expansion. That was not something that had been raised at all in our discussions around this. But I do think that the height was problematic, and we weren't aware of this until we actually had a chat with him about the plans. And so I don't know if there's a way to get some clarity around what kind of height we are proposing for the garage. I would really love to have that identified. And then the second thing, of course, we just want to make sure that, because it is very close quarters, that the design of the garage doesn't really result in any a swing of garage doors that could interfere with our carport, which is really, it's not adjacent, it's kind of at a right angle to the garage that's being proposed. And finally, and this is a point that wasn't really obvious to me at first, I'm not an architect, I'm not a contractor, but there is already pooling of water in the laneway, which is paved. And considering that it freezes over in the winter as well, we have our next door neighbors are in their 80s. It's really quite dangerous, and it's not a great situation right now. And we are concerned about drainage with water pooling into the laneway in front of the garage, and that it could create additional hazards. So I think our ask there was that the water should drain away from the laneway and perhaps into the property at 30 Boswell.
So I will start with the height. As I said, we have approved 11 feet already in the first building permit. We checked, the typical height of the garages in this area between Tranby and Boswell, and this is very common actually. But being a good neighbor, as I said, the owner of 30 Boswell is willing to reduce the height to the minimum height, which is like 8.5. This is the construction plus the slope of the roof, probably another couple of inches. I don't want to say 6 inches, but definitely that will be just the 2%. The second issue, the door is overhead door, so the door will be closing inside as you can see, overhead garage door will be closing inside the garage, not outside, and there will be no swing whatsoever. The third thing, actually, the drainage. This is the private lane, so-called, and everybody who is using this private lane is responsible for this lane, I would say. Our concern is that the water from the snow, whatever, from the garage will be ponded on the property of 30 Boswell, will be not spill up into any other areas, especially, not into any neighbors, but also not into that private lane. So any issue with the drainage will be definitely addressed during our construction, and I think that the construction will help to improve the situation in the private lane.
I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I think this is a large lot and a deep lot, and it can handle an extra 6 meters of a garage. And I'm also pleased to hear that the applicant has taken into consideration the concerns of the neighbors and has incorporated them. So I move to approve with no conditions.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. Bernard Chan. Sure. So I actually read all the letters of objections, and wanting to be a good neighbor, I've decided to withdraw my application. That's correct.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the committee. It's Andrew Jones here. I live at 225 Leslie. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to Bernard. You know, taking all of the letters into consideration and the neighborhood concerns. You know, we really appreciate you withdrawing your application. We've had a great relationship. I haven't lived here for too long. I moved in here in June. His current house is under construction. And he hasn't been able to live there yet, but we look forward to you moving in. And yeah, we appreciate you withdrawing your application. So thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I am aware. I had comments prepared. I think in lieu of those, I would just echo Andrew's statement that we very much appreciate this decision on the part of the applicant. And having lived here for 12 years, we've developed a very close-knit community with our neighbors and feel that there's a need to tread carefully when altering pre-existing dynamics within, by way of new construction. So again, we just very much appreciate the applicant's decision. Thank you.
So since the applicant has withdrawn the application, I would put forward a motion to close the file.
Hello. My name is Rob Hewad. I'm with Susan Spiegel Architect, speaking on behalf of this project. And the client, Christopher Pandolfi, is available for comment as well. We're proposing a addition above the kitchen. It's a 2-story house at the front of the house. The kitchen area at the back is a 1-story. It's currently a 2-bedroom house, and the client would like to add an addition above the kitchen to create a 3rd bedroom. No, he's the client.
I'll move a motion to approve the variance. There is only one variance and it is minor. And so motion to approve.
Hi, yes, I'm with you, and it's Mrs. Mozaffari. I'm here on behalf of my client, owner of 37 Kenilworth. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, our application is very straightforward. This is an addition renovation application, and we are asking only for 4 variances. Basically, they are 3 because variance number 2 and 3 are basically the same. We are asking for main wall height at the front and rear for 8.83 meter instead of allowed 7.5 meter. And the other variance is the floor space index, and we are asking for 1.04 times the area instead of allowed 0.6. And the last variance is the distance of the roof eaves from the side lot lines. It should be 30 centimeter from each side, but we are proposing to have 20 centimeter from north and 10 centimeter from the south side. And this is because the limited side setbacks that we have. On the north side, we are keeping the existing setback, and the existing condition of the roof has the same situation for the location of the eaves. And on the south side also, we are complying with the required side setback, and with a minimum overhang of 6 inches for the roof. We end up with this distance from the property line for the roof eaves. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Hello. Good morning. Oh, great. Is this with regards to 37 Kenilworth? Oh, okay. Perfect. Sorry, I was just, I had to drive my kids somewhere, so I had to, I'm just in the car, but I'm parked. So appreciate you guys getting a hold of me. Okay, my name is Venice Ma, and my address is 38 Waverly Road. So relation to the property at 37 Kenilworth, we're just behind, about 4 houses north or so. So our backyards would be butting up against one another, but we're further north. Thanks very much, and thanks for having the opportunity to speak. So first of all, we know there's always been lots of development. Our home is probably also about 20 years old, but it was probably one of the infills. So it's fairly tall and skinny and modern probably back in the day. And we've been in the home for about 11 years. Our concern, and I think the concern of the neighbors, that I believe some of my neighbors would have sent letters in, is really more about the size of the structure relative to how packed the homes in our section of the beach is. You know, we're really side by side, pretty much on top of one another, with no laneway in between any of the homes. So right now, any impact to any additional height or expanding footprints in terms of dwellings, although it's great from just an overall look and feel and refreshing the neighborhood, and we truly believe in that, we're concerned, especially in times like COVID, where, you know, people are spending a lot of times outdoors. Most of our front yards are parking pads, so we don't spend time in the front yard. We basically leave our house in the front yard. We spend time in the backyard. And so when we have structures that are oversized, then essentially we're looking in everyone's backyards at exactly what they're doing, and we can hear everything. So when we're talking about the variance specifically around the 8.83 meters versus the maximum permitted height that's stated in the bylaw 7.5, you know, that when I think of a variance, I think of, you know, plus or minus 5%. This is actually 17%, and it makes a difference. So again, I'm not sure what has been permitted. You know, I'm not an expert in this. All we're asking for is really more of a gut check relative to the various neighbors, and also sight lines, looking at sunlight in our smaller backyards, and to see, you know, what makes sense. All right, so I think that right now is the biggest thing in terms of height, because as we all know, anyone who wants to put a modern structure now, and most of the homes are kind of the modern, large main floor, you know, and progressively smaller, but, you know, we're allowing these enormous ceiling heights compared to before, and thus asking for variances and so on and so forth. So we just really want to question whether or not that's the direction that we want to go, because it becomes a bit of an arms race as to who can go higher until, you know, everyone is pretty much in shade in their backyard. So that would be the biggest concern. I'm also a little concerned with regards to the decking. I don't know if that's considered part of the floor space index. Again, not in this line of business at all. The deck at the front at least has the buffer of the street. On the second floor of the home, I think the decking looks to be quite substantial, and again, to my untrained eyes, it looks to be about 300 square feet. So again, all we want to understand is, you know, even though I'm not behind the home, and that's one of our neighbors down the street on Waverly, you know, just for future, how does that large deck impact someone else's backyard when it's extended so much further? And for all transparency, we have decks on our yard, and they were built, again, like I said, 20 years ago. Our decks extend 4 feet, 4.5, maybe 5 feet from our back exterior wall. So they basically are tight where we can have a chair and we can sit out there, but we don't. It's not sizable where we're spending that much time. So that's all I had to share, and thank you for listening. Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't sure about that because I'm not sure what's taken into account when you're talking about the floor space index. Again, this is not my area of expertise. Thank you.
Yes, sure. For the size of the house, I should mention that we are not asking for any side setback, any front yard or rear yard setback, or we don't have any length or depth variance. Basically, what we are proposing is within the allowed building envelope that we can have. And also, I should mention that some of these fellow FSI variance is because of the excessive void area that we have inside the building. The design is very open concept with lots of void areas, and some of this void area is already calculated in the FSI, although it's not living space. The actual FSI that we are proposing, as mentioned on the cover page of the drawings, is 0.98%. Also, I have provided a list of other similar cases that have been approved with much higher numbers for the FSI. Some other points that I want to mention is that if you look at the site plan, with this proposal, we are almost lined up with our adjacent neighbor at 35 Kenilworth at the rear, and the building mass that we are proposing is not going any further of our neighbor. As I mentioned, we don't have any variance for any of the yards or depth and length. The only thing that we are asking for is the FSI, which is accommodated inside the allowed building envelope, and of course the height. If you look at the elevations, the total height of the building complies with the bylaw, and it's 10 meter as of right, and only the wall height is a variance. I have provided some supportive materials to the committee. I appreciate if they can display the first page of the material. I have shown the side elevation to be able to clear what's happening in our proposal. Although the wall height of the building is a variance, but we have a big step back at the front, and the actual portion that you can see from the street has 7.76 meter of height, which is slightly over the allowed 7.5 meter. And then we have a very large step back at the front, and as you see on the perspectives that I've provided on the document, the third floor is not that much visible from the street. And with this solution, we have tried to minimize the impact of the wall height variance from the street. Also, we have another step back at the rear. It's smaller, but the actual wall height at the rear wall is 7.15 meter, which is even less than 7.5 meter allowed wall height. And I have provided a street escape of the red portion is the subject property. For example, if you look at the adjacent property 35 Kenilworth, sure. They also have a 3-story. If you calculate the wall height, it won't be any less than what we are proposing. And they also have a similar deck on the second floor that is looking to the street, not to the backyard of any neighboring property. This is exactly similar to what we are proposing. Last thing I should mention that the planner of the case has no objection. We had 2 other variances for the parking, front parking and front landscaping, which is removed. And sure, thank you.
I'll start off just with a couple comments. I'm supporting this application. I think that it's been masked in a pretty sensitive way, and the bulk has been broken up and brought largely back into the middle of the proposal. And the fact that there's no length or depth variances, I think that goes a way to comfort me as well. And I think it's representative of a type of rebuilding in this area, but it's doing it lining up with the neighbors pretty sensitively. So I'll be supporting it. Sure, I'll move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Hi, am I alive? Hi, I'm Doug Norton, and I'm a BCIN designer and the agent for the owner. Good morning, committee chair and members. The only question I have is concerning urban forestry, the recommendation from urban forestry. Can you bring up the site plan for a second, please? Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Go ahead. All right.
Morning. I just want to confirm what the proposed purpose of this is and confirm that it's not for human habitation.
It's definitely not for human habitation. It's for storage of recreational vehicles such as bicycles and kayaks and so on and so forth, and then this little side compartment for garden utensils.
Okay, thanks.
No.
He seems to have a question about the urban forestry.
Yes, I do. Or a comment. Could you bring up the site plan, please? Okay, there's only one tree, and the dotted line around the tree is the tree protection zone. There used to be a tree immediately behind the proposed construction site, but that was dealt with by urban forestry before I made this application. And that tree is, that was dealt with by an exception. So that tree, it was deemed hazardous by urban forestry and removed. So there are no trees in effect here, and I'm wondering if I can, I spoke to the arborist who did the report for the hazardous tree, and he supports my just doing a, that's an old one that the trees to the side have been removed and so on. The tree at the back has been removed. So there's only the one tree to the north of the property, and it's not being influenced or in any danger from the proposed construction.
So if I may give you some suggestion or comment is, I think we will, if we're going to approve it, then we will still put it as a condition, because we will have to leave the city staff from the forestry to deal with you directly. They have this inspector going to site to do inspection, confirming what you said is correct. And if it is, then they will waive it.
Okay, that's great.
All right.
I believe the variances are minor in nature, and so I'll move approval of the variances subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Good morning, sir. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the applicant.
I just had a quick question, whether the applicant's aware of the planning report and the conditions.
Yes, I am, and we agree with it. No changes are proposed to the building, and that was the condition. We're good with that.
I believe the variance is minor, and I would move approval of the variance subject to community planning conditions.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Graham Barrett of 1575 Dundas Street West. I'm the agent for the owner of 2 Palmerston Square. Great, thank you. If my presentation materials could be pulled up on screen, that would be great. Thank you. So this is a proposal to build a new 3-story single-family dwelling to replace the existing 2-story home, which has been unoccupied for quite some time and is in a state of disrepair. You can go to the next slide. The owner considered renovating rather than rebuilding, but the foundation is crumbling and it was unfeasible. You can go to the next 2 slides. You will see the state of the current home. It's in rough shape. Now, I think it's very important to note that the new home will be constructed on the same footprint as the existing dwelling. The proposed 3-story dwelling, on the next slide, will provide a decent-sized home for a family with a basement secondary suite, and a home of this size is very much in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, as many homes on Palmerston Square and in the immediate area have 3rd floors and are comparable in terms of scale and massing. If you go through the next few slides, you'll see this is all Palmerston Square and a bit south on Palmerston Avenue. Just flip through. It's also notable that the owner has opted for a Victorian-inspired design rather than a modern box, as is much more suited to the prevailing character of this unique area of the city. Now, some neighbor concerns were brought to our attention late in the game, and we'd like to amend the application to remove 3 of the proposed variances. That would be variance number 2 for maximum building height, variance number 5 for minimum required rear setback, and variance number 12 for a canopy, awning, or similar structure encroaching into the rear yard. The home will be brought into compliance on these 3 matters. And as you mentioned, there are 3 letters of support, and they are conditional on these variances being removed. These are 3 of the closest neighbors, immediately to the west, immediately behind, and 2 doors down from them. There is no adjacent neighbor to the east, the schoolyard across the street. Also, if these variances are removed, our number for floor space index comes down slightly from 207.6 meters squared to 202.12, or 1.594 times the area of the lot. There is a set of revised plans at the end of my presentation materials showing these changes. Now, this lot is very constrained. The lot lines are essentially flush with the existing dwelling. If you want to pull up the survey there, you can see this. The front and east side yards are city property. Rebuilding the dwelling exactly as it stands today would require almost all of the same variances, and it would be a very similar situation for many homes in the immediate area, as almost all predate the zoning bylaw and are legal non-complying as existing. So the existing dwelling at 2 Palmerston Square is approximately 145 square meters with an FSI of 1.14 times the area of the lot. Now, the maximum permitted floor space index on this lot is 0.6, which is only 76.05 meters squared, or approximately 818 square feet, which is a decent 1-bedroom apartment. The most important variance is this floor space index, and it's being exacerbated by making the 3rd floor livable space, which is being accomplished via a tasteful mansard-style roof. If this living space were removed, it would have no impact on height or setbacks, or really on scale or massing, and it would just simply be an attic. With a basement secondary suite providing much needed rental housing for the city and helping the owner to offset his own costs in the future, the 3rd floor space becomes necessary to accommodate a dwelling suitable for his family with only 3 bedrooms. This will not be a monster home. We're talking about less than 2,200 square feet above grade. Now, if we go to past decisions within 500 meters of the subject property, which is that spreadsheet, we see many comparable approvals for floor space index. It's true that 2 Palmerston Square is near the top of that list, but this is mainly due to the constraints presented by the lot. All the other properties on this spreadsheet that are highlighted in blue have a max FSI of 0.6 and are limited at less than or right around 100 square meters of floor area. There are many other approvals in the 200 square meter range. What we're proposing is not out of line with the rest of the area. Now, we've worked closely with planning staff and transportation services along the way, and reductions were made even before we became aware of the neighbors' concerns. Planning had some requests, adjustments were made, and they have no objection to this proposal. The parking configuration in the rear yard was arrived at through discussions with transportation. There is an existing parking space which has been there for decades, but it is not actually legal size, and a legal size space. Okay, yeah, this will also be permeable pavers. Okay, so urban forestry we're aware of. To sum up, the proposal is reasonable and suitable for the development and use of the land. The variances are minor in the context of this highly constrained lot and this overall area, where most, if not all, homes exceed performance standards. This is in keeping with the official plan as well. This will be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character of the area. It will respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in this neighborhood. And the owner considered this when coming up with his Victorian style design. I believe to sum it up finally, we have one of the neighbors who's in support said it best. She said, I lived at 64 Palmerston Square since 1979 and think I am pretty familiar with the culture and Victorian style of the neighborhood. I think the proposal for the property at number 2 is excellent and it will make a beautiful addition to this neighborhood. I'd be happy to go through all the. Thank you, sir.
I do have a couple.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Stephen Petherbridge. I live at number 66 Palmerston Square, and I'm directly overlooked, or will be directly overlooked by this new house. My back garden will be. I want to try and talk about this, not so much as a few technical variances and zoning issues, but as the big picture. This will be, if granted as applied for, this will be a monster home in the context of my immediate neighborhood. The development, I think, will overwhelm and destroy the character of a unique Toronto residential environment. I don't know of another city square where the houses' backyards all look inward upon one another, which have therefore such a shared sense of community and communal privacy. Even at the permitted height, this new proposed house will loom large over the surrounding space and will dominate it. The bylaw permits, I think, 10 meters. The framers of the bylaw may have thought that reasonable in terms of a house with a gabled roof, but when the permitted height extends over the full footprint of the house, what you have is as I say, a monster home. It sits roughly in the direction from which the sun rises in the morning from where I live, and from which the sun shines into my back garden where I want to grow herbs and vegetables and other things. I think this house is quite out of keeping, both in terms of size and design, with the character of Palmerston Square. There is no other full 3-story single-family dwelling on the square. There are some with partial 3rd stories. What's happened on neighboring streets is irrelevant. Those houses do not look inward upon each other in the way that we on Palmerston Square do, and they're not therefore overwhelmed by monstrosities. I tend to worry that this might well become a multi-family dwelling if it goes through as proposed. There's lots of space, in which case, if that were to happen, then parking on the square, which was already in very short supply, would become really dangerously threatened for existing residents. I think the debate is, should one building be allowed to overwhelm and dominate a community? To me, the clear answer is no. Thank you for listening to me.
Are you able to hear me? Oh, good. My name is Judy Hellman, and I live at 601 Palmerston Avenue. And the entire side of our house, which is the long side, faces the property that we're speaking about today. And we've lived here for 48 years, and we knew the previous owners, and the previous owners before then. And so it's the history of this house is very well known to us. And the sad state that it's in it has been known to us. But I would have to open by saying that nothing about the deterioration of this property comes close to the harm that will be done to the neighborhood by if the structure that is proposed is built as it is as is presently planned to be built. One of the things that particularly interested me when I started to go through the materials was the application for the variances, which starts by answering the question, what is posed the question to these people, why is it not possible to comply? And the answer that was given was the lot is small and therefore limiting. Variances requested to accommodate design, to which my reply would be, so make another design, make a design that on that property. It's already been established that the footprint of the present dwelling is longer than anything else on the south side of the square. It's a bigger property in that sense. There's plenty of space to do something really nice. And I would like to, I know my time is limited, so I would like to turn to two questions. One is a consideration which has been very well developed in very elegant letters by my neighbors, one of which I was very pleased to sign, concerning the internal green space of the square, not known to people outside the square, but absolutely crucial and important to people inside the square. I'm not in that situation, but what I would like to point to is that we now have a wonderful park through the efforts of Councillor Layton and Cressy before him. We have this wonderful park that includes a community garden. And one of the things that I have to confess I didn't notice earlier was that even the little peak of the present house, which of course is lower than the proposed house, creates shade on the community garden, which is absolutely at the pulsing heart of this new community space. And so it is that there'll be the loss of sunlight from the height of the proposed building when the sun is in the west, as it inevitably goes to be. And so it is that there are multiple reasons, but the main thing is that if this building is put up as it is, and I refer to it as a building because that's what it looks like, and I know a little bit about architectural history, and one of the things is that in fact our houses are Edwardian, not Victorian, if we want to be specific about it. But the proposed building, especially with an entire facade along the street that has no break in it, it's all windows, it actually looks like an institution. And it doesn't look like a house, it doesn't look like a dwelling. And it will be facing another institution, which is a school. And so we have this long of Palmerston Square, the part that goes north and, I'm sorry, southbound and northbound at on the east side, which will just look like an institutional setting. And it is out of harmony, and there's no reason. I mean, there's every hope that this man who wants to build can have a happy life living across the street. We will welcome him as a neighbor, but there's absolutely no reason for this oversized building to be put there or to be accepted. And so I am opposed to it. And I have yet another reason I'll just mention flying by is that I understand there's a consideration of overlook. We have altogether 11 windows that face that house, and we will be overlooked, as will the sun porches at the back of our house. So even in terms of our privacy, I notice people have raised this, it's not favorable from our point of view, and I hope that these objectives that I've outlined will assist the committee in its decision. Thank you. Sure. I would estimate you know, it depends on what you think of as derelict. I think I probably am one of the very few people around who had, you know, I wasn't close friend of Adele's, but we certainly were neighbors, and I had been in her house, and she's been in our house. And she would, once she moved out, she used to consult us very regularly on how things were going at her house. And it did deteriorate. She had some serious reversals in her own life, but it was never, you know, falling down derelict. I wanted to live in there. The time range, I think, well, she was in and out a lot. That's the problem. You never knew that it was really abandoned, but there was a point at which I think she turned off the electricity and gas. And I think that has to go back at least 5 years. Yeah, and that's why his rear neighbor supported it. He's one of the supporters of this. And he bargained for himself. He first came around and talked to all of us, and we were very, you know, inspired by the communal aspect of that. And then he made his own arrangement to get the things that were going to ruin his quiet enjoyment of his property fixed up. And that's why those things are gone. But I don't see how they will affect the rest of the people who are the co-signers of the long letter and the other neighbors who have joined us by writing their own letters. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We respectfully disagree that this is not in character for the square, and I think some of the photos that are included in my presentation materials speak for themselves. There are multiple other large 3-story homes on this square, and I know the number for FSI seems high, but when you look at the site plan or the survey and look at those lot lines, arguably there's much more yard that is part, for all intents and purposes, a part of this property, despite it being city property. Now, if that entire side yard and front yard were considered to be part of the lot, this FSI number would be reduced drastically. The revision brings it into compliance with height, which I think is key. As for overlook conditions, I mean, there would be windows looking into that square, regardless of however this home were to be built. There would be overlook conditions. These small balconies at the rear are off of bedrooms. They are not spaces for entertaining. It's a nice place to have a coffee, read a book, something like that. This will not be a multifamily dwelling more than is permitted as of right, by having a secondary suite, which was a concern that a neighbor brought up. The owner does not have the intention of chopping this up into rental units. He intends to live there. As for parking, there's no variance required for parking. Transportation is in support of this. They actually recommended the driveway configuration. So I think that really is a non-issue. The second speaker asked, why is it not possible to comply? And this lot, as I've mentioned, is so constrained that the existing home is close to double permitted FSI as is. There's no way around setback issues. It just is what it is. Anything you want to do to this property or this home is going to trigger a significant number of variances. She also mentions green space, but there are no variances for soft landscaping for the rear yard. The driveway would be constructed of permeable pavers to ensure adequate drainage. So that is important. As for present height and shade, the present height of the existing home is approximately 9.21 meters. So to increase this to 10 meters is quite minor in my opinion, and it would stay within the bylaw at that height. And there are numerous other homes on this square that, I mean, we didn't have a chance to go out and measure these heights with a laser, but they exceed 10 meters. There are other homes that will be higher than this one, but the nature that they're already existing is because of that. As for the idea that this is an institutional feel, I respectfully disagree. I think this is a tasteful look, a lot of nice windows. The mansard roof is going to be very much in keeping with the character of the area. And again, as mentioned, this side faces a school. It doesn't face any neighbors. So I'm not really sure how that impacts anybody's day-to-day life. Beyond that, the place has been derelict, as mentioned, for some time. The owner purchased it in 2019, right before COVID kind of all started. So this has been an ongoing process for quite some time. The owner and his adjacent neighbor who is in support of this do have concerns about the foundation and the safety of this home. And really, they want to build something new and safe and suitable for the area. I believe this passes the 4 tests. And I mean, if we were to remove the living space from the 3rd floor and just leave it as an attic, it would bring the FSI down, but I don't really think it would change the impact of this proposed structure. Thank you.
My question is, the existing building, is that a semi-detached building? And is what you're proposing a detached house?
Yes, sir. This new home will actually be detached from the attached neighboring dwelling at number 4, with a new foundation being constructed. And the owner of the subject property has entered into an agreement with his neighbor, and of course guarantees that all work will be done safely and responsibly. So it's actually beneficial to her in that regard. Yes, number 2 for maximum permitted building height will be reduced to comply. Number 5 for maximum required rear yard setback will be reduced to comply. And number 12 as well, just going off the public hearing notice here, for the canopy, that will also be eliminated. And the FSI will actually come down by reducing the rear yard setback. So the new number for FSI becomes 202.12 meters squared, or 1.594 times the area of the lot. So that would be an amendment to variance number 3.
So I think with the changes that have been made, I think the variances then are appropriate and minor. I think the design of the building fits well into that particular area. And so I would move approval of the variances as amended. And I'm just checking if there's any, I believe there are urban forestry condition number 1.
Well, yeah, I'll just jump in. I'm not going to be supporting the application. I find it a bit overwhelming as a building, and particularly because of the GFA in the 3rd floor. I think the mansard style, it really appears as a full floor rather than an attic with a couple dormers. So I find that that being the most kind of impactful part.
Well, I think the development is, I mean, with the changes that the applicant just proposed, I think it will help to bring down the height, and that would be less overwhelming than what we're seeing now from the drawings. And the setback was also something concerned with me, and that there's I could understand the rationale behind. If you're turning a semi-detached into detached, then of course you want to squeeze the GFA to the back and as high as possible to kind of max out what you can do. And now it looks like he's willing to bring it down to a more scalable size. So I'm kind of neutral. I mean, I'm not, I would love to see the 3rd floor a little bit more recessed, hopefully, but it's not something we can, I mean, with the numbers that we're talking about, it's not something we can do. It's not on the main street where you can ask for a 45-degree cut at a certain height. And I agree with Peter that on the 3rd floor is a full floor, 3rd floor. It's not an attic. With the way the dormers, basically he is, you know, putting a lot of dormers together to form a 3rd floor. That's how it is being designed now, and to, you know, with the context. So, but I think it is still like I said, with the revision, I think the number seems to be acceptable, and I would also agree with the Moran that I'll support it.
Yep. So I would move a motion to approve variances as amended, subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, my name is Amr Sirag Eldon. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner of the house in 29 Gray Street. Okay, so this application, you stated that we applied before and we had a decision in 2019, but this time we completely changed the design of that Lane Suite house, Laneway Suite. This is, we want to convert existing detached garage. It's located at the rear of an existing 2.5-story detached dwelling into an ancillary building containing a Laneway Suite by constructing a second-story addition. The ground floor will still be maintained as a 2-car garage. And we applied for the committee of adjustment for just the 2 problems we have. It's the first one. It's on the north rear yard setback. It's due to that there is, you see how the property is curved on that part. So we have a part which is just 0.1 as a setback, rear setback, exactly that one. And that's, the garage is already existing there. It's already built years ago. So that's one point. The other point, it's regarding the 45 degrees, the 45 degrees angle, which is the angular plane projected. It's we cannot maintain it for the whole thing because we need a headroom for the stair. So we are allowed to have it like 30% of the whole elevation, but we can maintain 86%. So that's all I have.
I have one, and just to be clear, so you're achieving the 7.5 meter setback from the main house by demolishing a portion of the first floor extension?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I am unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Rita, the address is 206 Bellwoods Avenue. Sorry, Rita Gupta. So I live at 206 Bellwoods Avenue, and we share the same laneway to access our garage that 29 Grace does. And yeah, so we, like I said, we use that laneway as well to access our garage. And any like delivery trucks or moving trucks that come in usually enter from Dundas. And the reason 29 Gray Street, their garage is set back from the other ones is because of that turn to get back onto Gray Street. And so with this extension that they're actually going to be jetting out, we're concerned about that. Delivery trucks and moving trucks being able to get past there because that's the only place that they can turn. Like if they enter from Bellwoods, anywhere on Plymouth, they can't turn left or right because it's so narrow. So the only way any kind of, oversized vehicles could enter and, deliver anything to the garage or do any moving would be entering from Dundas and then exiting to Grace on that very north exit. So that's why that garage has been set back. And I actually reviewed the drawings and they didn't actually make sense to me because I couldn't understand what they are projecting as the north side of the garage, and the doors, the garage door, like, does that mean that they're going to be, the cars are going to be exiting the garage on the north side of the garage? Because currently it's on the east side of the garage. So this is the north side of the garage, but so I was really confused. And then there was a couple of other drawings that I was confused about, like the south side of the garage. It didn't make sense to me because that's actually joining the garage next to it. So I don't see why there's a door on the south side. So the drawings were a little confusing to me, but my concern is the amount that's jetting out. And in the cross section picture, the jet out is not visible. So I didn't find the drawings consistent, and I was very confused. No.
Yes, sir. I understand what she said, but I would like to say that there is no change in the footprint, which is already existing of the garage. What we are going to do, we are going to add a second story above the garage with the same setbacks, no overhangs, and nothing at all. It's the same as the existing condition right now. It's just a change in height. That's all. Yes, 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 that's the face of the garage, the north. This elevation you are in, that's the face of the garage. So there is no overhangs on the right, where is the laneway. It's all the same footprint for all the elevations.
I just have a quick question. So your neighbor has mentioned about the truck will be using your property as part of the passage. Is that what she's meaning? Because it doesn't look like you're encroaching your property. And the road or the so-called laneway has been designed in a way that it just basically continue along your property line, right? There's no, what you're showing here is your actual property line. It's not some sort of right of way or something that you have to share with the city. Am I right?
Excuse me, I didn't get your question.
So my question is, the existing footprint of the building and the property line that you're showing here is all of your property. You're not sharing any of these with the city. There's no agreement with anything like that.
Agreement with the city on what? It's all the buildings, existing buildings right now, they are inside the property.
They're
As
inside the
mentioned.
property.
Yeah,
Okay, that's good. That's I'm just trying to help you out in answering the question raised by your neighbor. It looks like she wants to use the property to pass the truck through or something like that.
No. Everything is inside the property.
Okay, good.
I'd just
I'm
like
happy
to make a comment.
Sorry.
Just if we do go to approve this, I'm wondering if we can tie it to the site layout plan number AR dash. Trying to find it. It's called site layout plan. That way it's clear that it shows, that way they're not able to move the other parts of the garage closer to the property line. It ties it to the existing footprint.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same footprint. It's the existing footprint. We are not going out of the existing condition.
I agree, Nimrod. I think that's a good idea, just to prevent anything else from preventing anything else going into the rear yard setback from the 0.1. So I would support that. I'm going to move approval, subject to tying it to the condition that Nimrod raised for the site layout drawing, and subject to development engineering conditions of November 25th. I think this is fully reasonable given the dimensions of the site And in terms of the protrusion into the 45-degree plane, I think there are no negative impacts coming from that, and it's a reasonable request.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alex Groisman, and I'm presenting the proposal for 34 West Overhill Road on behalf of the owner, my wife, Davida Groisman. Okay, if we can pull up the presentation. The purpose of this application is to construct a 3-story dwelling with an integral garage and decks off the 2nd and 3rd floor. My family and I plan to live in this house for the long term, and in order to achieve our long-term needs, we are requesting 10 variances to the bylaw. Just for the presentation material, it should be there should be a separate slide called just presentation. We can find it. I believe on like the 25th or 26th, it should just be labeled as presentation on that listing. Let me see, supporting. I don't see it there. However, when I look on my application information center, it is there. If you'd like, I can kind of continue with the presentation. It doesn't really come into effect for like a minute or so. Okay, so for this presentation, I will refer to the bylaw variances as they appear on the zoning notice. The first variance is for the setback of the front porch. The proposed porch platform encroaches 0.36 meters to the front setback and 0.62 meters to the south side setback. Okay, well now I'm referring to the presentation. But so the survey on page 3, let's see if you can pull it up. Perfect. So if we can just go to page 3. Great, thank you. The survey on page 3 shows the current property with a front setback of 4.56 meters. That's an encroachment of 1.19 meters. It also currently has a side setback of 0.31 meters. The proposed site plan on page 4, it increases both the existing setback at the front and the south side, while also keeping in line with the neighboring houses on the street. On the topic of setbacks, variants 7 and 9 have to do with encroachment of the south side setback of the structure, as well as the roof eaves. Again, the proposal is an improvement on both these current setbacks. And I would also like to note that we have the support of our neighbor to the south at 32 Westover Hill, who is most affected by these variances. Variants 2 and 3 on the zoning notice are for the height of the proposed structure. We are seeking a variance of 11.35 meter building height, where 11 meters is permitted, and a sidewall height of 9.82. On page 5, you can see that only the roof detail at the front of the house reaches 11.35 meters. We have intentionally brought down the roof line towards the second story in order to fit in with both the 2-story and 3-story homes on the street. On page 7, you can see that the majority of the structure is actually about 8 inches lower than at the front. There have been similar variances granted in the neighborhood, like 37 Camberwell, 11.27 meters, and 531 Arlington, 12.98 meters. On pages 9 through 11, I've included pictures of 2- and 3-story homes of similar proportions on Westover Hill, which demonstrates that our proposal is part of the evolution of the street and in line with the neighborhood aesthetic. Variance 4 is proposing a building length of 17.15 meters, where 17 is permitted. This is a minor variance that doesn't have a large impact on any setbacks. Variance 5 is for an FSI of 1.24, where 0.4 is permitted. This is in line with the trend of newer builds on the street and neighboring area. 25 Westover Hill has an FSI of 0.9, 22 Westover Hill 0.99, and 37 Camberwell 1.28. We require this space for our growing family, as well as to accommodate the shift towards working from home. Variance 6 is proposing 2 platforms at or above the second floor, where 1 is permitted. The platform on the 3rd floor is required by building code. The 2nd floor contains our kitchen and family room. Having a deck at that level provides convenience and peace of mind of having a secondary exit in case of emergency. Variance 6B refers to the size of that deck, 11 square meters where 4 is permitted. Similar deck sizes have previously been granted to homes in the area, including 5 Westover Hill, 7.84 meters squared, and 531 Arlington, 13 meters squared. After working with planning and modifying our design, planning is now in agreement that our proposal is appropriate for the context of the neighborhood and meets the 4 tests. I hope that you, the members of the committee, will agree with their assessment. Thank you.
You do. Are you able to hear me now? Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now? Hello. Hi.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you for, my name is Jacques Sayeg. I live on 36 Westover Hill, and the property just directly north of the subject property. And okay, thank you so much. While the floor index is significantly beyond the permitted levels, to the extent that this is an evolving neighborhood, we appreciate that there is a significantly larger size home being built in the area. However, our main concern is regarding the subject platforms in the deck in the backyard that are on the second and the third floor of the subject property, directly overlooking our fairly small backyard. Now, in conversations with Mr. Grossman, I think he's sensitive to our request to privacy and shadowing, but we've requested that the second floor deck be pushed further to the south of the property by about 1.5 meters from the north wall, even though it's about 3 times the kind of compliance standard. We've agreed that if it could be pushed further to the other side of the property, it would be less of an intrusion to our privacy. So this is really our main point at this point, but we have no kind of opposition to the building in general. The second floor platform is the one that's approximately just over 11 square meters versus the 4 meters permitted. And there's 2 platforms that are in variance. There's only should be 1 permitted platform, but there are 2. Mr. Grossman correctly suggests that, you know, there are significant decks in the other homes, but all of them are on the ground level. They're not on the second floor. And this has a kind of direct bearing on our privacy. So we've requested that the deck be just moved further to the south of the property so it's less intrusive into our own. We've had that conversation. I think he's sensitive to our request. He has agreed to make some movement. I think 3.8 feet, which is about, I guess, just over 1 meter. I've just requested him to consider moving it another ½ meter further.
Yeah, so if the owner is willing to install a privacy screen, are you okay with that?
The privacy screen is not, you know, causes other issues, which is significantly concerned with the shadowing and so on. So, you know, Mr. Grossman has accommodated by putting glass railings and so forth. So if it's a question between, you know, putting a wall, a privacy wall versus pushing the balcony further south, I would prefer to have that the deck moved further. It's already a significantly larger size than the permitted size, and it's overlooking the property because it's on the second floor. It's not on the ground level.
Yeah, if we can just pull up the deck proposal and shadow study, possible. Yes, can you hear me? Great. Perfect. Yeah, I just want to, I appreciate the open communication we've had with Mr. Sayegh. I'm confident we'll come to a compromise that will have both parties, leave both parties content. So I proposed to move the balcony 3 foot 8 inches further to the south. This way it lines up with the balcony above. We lowered the stair landing to make sure that it's below fence height, and constructed the railings out of glass just to allow maximum light. I did draw in a privacy panel that we can do maybe again out of frosted glass, something that allows light to pass through, but would still have that privacy. We didn't want to go, I understand the half meter is not much more. It's just in terms of, this happened very close to the presentation and we didn't want to get too crazy with revisions prior to, but definitely this is the minimum I can guarantee that we'll be moving it, and any kind of further accommodations we'll definitely try to do so when we're applying for building permits and such.
So just for the applicant, do we have that revised drawing showing the change to that second floor balcony terrace?
Sorry, so yes, on the shadow study deck, if we can go back to that, the deck plan file, that's the proposed. I
see.
And then if you actually scroll through the pages 2, 3, 5. Oh, yeah, there's it's a snapshot from, I guess, 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. This is again only shadows cast by our property, but for the most part, our deck never really interferes at all with the solar access to Mr. Sayegh's rear property at really any time. I can clarify that. So we actually had a meeting the day before the deadline. Me and Mr. Sayegh had a meeting the day before the deadline to submit, where he made his concerns known to me. So I just kind of quickly rushed to get something on paper as a design, just to show Mr. Sayegh the compromise that I was willing to revise in order to appease him. And that's why it's not on the actual plans, because I didn't want to revise the plans, but this is just, I feel, a very small revision to the deck plan that just kind of would demonstrate what, would demonstrate my proposal to move it, and then also the shadow study showing that solar access was still maintained, and with the privacy screen, privacy shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, I don't believe, well, like, I'm not changing the size of it. So the variance would still stay. All the variances that I'm requesting would still be the same. It's just, I guess, on the building permit, it would just be shifted over, which I don't think would affect any other variances or create new variances. It wouldn't be a change. It wouldn't be any amendment to any variance.
If I can just ask a question.
So an improvement. Uh, 3'8". If I can just pull up. I think it's about an extra meter. So it'd be about 2.27. Let me just quickly. So it would be an additional 12 meters. So we have 1.27, so it would be 2.39. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes. 2.39 meters. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you heard me. So by moving it 3'8", which is about 1.12 meters. So the setback to the north side lot line would then be 2.39 meters. Which will stay the same. That's right. Sorry. So the rear second floor deck platform will encroach 2.34 meters into the required rear yard setback and will be located 1.39 meters from the north side lot line. 2.39 meters from the north side lot line. Correct. Thank you.
Yep. So I think that the street is changing. There are quite a few new 3-story homes along the street. And so I think the variances then are appropriate given the changing nature of the street, and so they are minor. And so I would move approval of the variances as amended, subject to urban forestry conditions number 3.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Hi there, yes, Antonio DeFranco here. Can you hear me okay? Oh, sure. My name is Antonio DeFranco. I'm a registered professional planner with Urban Strategies, and I'm the agent who will be speaking on behalf of this file today. Thanks very much. So before I dive into the variances themselves, I want to provide a brief overview of the proposal. This is an application to advance the development of 2 commercial office buildings. As you can see here, they have heights of 6 and 8 stories. Along with these 2 new office buildings will be the creation of a new publicly accessible open space, as well as a new private street through the site. This site and this application has a very long history, as some of you may be aware. It began as early as 2011 with the development of the Sterling Road Master Plan, which was a plan to regenerate the larger lands within this area. So in terms of the variances themselves, there are several variances before you today, which I characterize as primarily mostly minor and technical in nature. The reason there are this number of variances is simply because at the time that the master plan and zoning bylaw were developed, the building drawings were highly conceptual. And so it was always anticipated at the site plan approval stage that the detailed design would come through at that point. And that's exactly the process that we're in today. So I'll try to summarize the built form and GFA variances. Very quickly, there's a request for an additional 20 centimeters of height on the mechanical penthouse. I think that's incredibly minor. I guess we can turn to slide 3 as perhaps the reference point here. We also have a slight GFA variance. It's a request for a 6% increase for building 3A, which is the east building, and a less than 3% increase in GFA for building 5A. That's been achieved simply through design efficiencies. There is a variance with respect to the restaurant size. The bylaw permits a 200 square meter restaurant, whereas we're proposing a restaurant of 450 square meters, which is more in keeping with the required size for a sit-down restaurant in today's market. There's also a request for an encroachment into the upper level step backs of the building. This is along the north face of the building. Just to be clear, these are simply structural projections into that required upper level step back, and this doesn't represent any enclosure of that space itself. And then finally, as you can see in this image, there's a pedestrian bridge at level 3 that's proposed to connect between the 2 buildings. This will be fully on private property, and the goal here is to protect for the potential that a single tenant comes in and occupies both buildings and wants to connect them. So as I mentioned, it's on private property and essentially has no impact on the public realm. There is also a phasing variance being requested. This is to allow for the concurrent development of both of these buildings at the same time. And this actually was agreed to as part of the subdivision approvals process with the city. So ultimately what we're trying to do is simply bring the zoning bylaw in line with the subdivision agreement and the agreement that Hines had made with the city prior to this variance. And then finally, I want to turn your attention to the parking variances. This is obviously a very important matter. The request here is to reduce the parking supply to 94 spaces from the required 335 spaces. And the effective parking ratio is 0.336 parking spaces per 100 meters square. This has been discussed at length with staff, the councillor, and local residents. And at this point, both transportation staff and planning staff are supportive, as well as the Residents Association is also supportive. Our team, in fact, met on November 9th with the councillor and the local residents to discuss their concerns. And out of that came some further refinement to this proposal, including some direct benefits which will be offered to the community. And our submission includes a very detailed technical rationale for the reduction in parking. And we do have BA Group who's joining us today who can speak to those in detail. I would say, it comes down to a couple of key points here. One is just the extremely high level of transit and cycling accessibility afforded to the site. And you can see it in these two images here. We're within the Dundas West mobility hub, which has access to GO and 2 TTC subway stations, as well as a UP Express. So tons of transit and cycling infrastructure within the area. The other reason for the reduction is, in fact, that the bylaw is simply incorporating a very out-of-date parking ratio of 1.5 spaces per 100 square meters. That reflects an old planning legacy and isn't consistent with provincial or municipal policies with respect to transit-oriented development or active mobility. Our team has also looked at precedent. Absolutely, thank you. We also looked at precedent approvals as well, and that's another reference point for us. I would say overall, this application is minor. The variances do meet the intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan, and it represents good planning as it supports the regeneration of this area. So I'll stop there and turn to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, it's Ian Andres here. Last name's Andres. I'm a lawyer with Goodmans, and I'm here on behalf of the adjacent landowner to the south, Ehrlich 128 Sterling Inc. And my partner, David Bronskill, had submitted a letter last week articulating our client's objection. So our client's generally supportive of the proposed office development, but does have significant concerns relating to one specific variance, that being the parking variance. the proposed reduction from 386 spaces to 94 spaces. So our client has owned the commercial site to the south for over 10 years, 128 Sterling. The redevelopment of that site has played a large role in breathing life into this area. Its current users include Henderson Brewery, the Drake Commissary, and many creative and studio office type tenants. And those tenants require the use of the surface parking lot in between the building at 128 Sterling and the subject property, both for their reserved employee spots pursuant to their leases and also for their patrons to have a place to park. And prior to COVID, there was already a significant problem with members of the public and users of other nearby properties parking at 128 Sterling without authorization and interfering with the capacity and supply on my client's lands. So the concern is this problem will be significantly exacerbated by the applicant here providing less than 25% of what the bylaw requires. And I just want to address some of the comments made a moment ago about the bylaw standards. This is the site-specific bylaw we're talking about that resulted from a lengthy mediation and settlement with the previous landowner. The bylaw is just about 5.5 years old, the site-specific bylaw, and part of the negotiated settlement there included the 1.5 spaces per 100 meter requirement. And so to put that in context, the 569/2013 bylaw that applies across the city maintains a similar or the same ratio, 1.5 per 100 meters, unless you're in a special policy area. And the only policy area with rates approaching this are downtown and in the urban growth centers. Even on Bloor Street, just to the north, the special policy there still requires 1 space per 100 square meters, so more than 3 times what the applicant's proposing. We have reviewed the BA report. We've looked at the proxy sites they've identified, and we'd note that they are mostly from the financial district and some of the urban growth centers up on Yonge Street. All of those properties have much greater subway access, meaning access directly below the building or accessible through underground path connections. We appreciate that there's a broader vision for the Dundas Mobility Hub to have lots of transit intersecting here, but those improvements are still many years away. And while there are subway stations at Dundas West and Lansdowne, those are still about a 1 kilometer walk from the subject property, which is 12 to 15 minutes, so not directly accessible. And the up station is around the same distance and also not used as frequently by commuters for something like this. So the only other site that BA has identified as an example of a rate being reduced is 57 to 77 Wade, which was an office building, a smaller project that was approved in 2019. And I would note it was approved through a full rezoning process where staff ultimately agreed to reduce the rate. But that rate was being reduced from the Bloor rate of one space per 100 square meters as opposed to 1.5. So it started from a lesser standard than what starts from here. So I just want to quickly address the 4 tests. The official plan, as you know, requires the adequate provision of parking, and the zoning bylaw, which was, as I said, negotiated just a few years ago, requires 4 times as much parking as what's being proposed here. So we'd respectfully submit this application in this respect is not in keeping with the general intent and purpose. But the biggest issue is with the other 2 tests, those being minor and desirability. And while I certainly understand minor is not a strict numerical test, but rather one of impact, in this case, the numerical discrepancy is directly related to the impact because the more office users that do not have parking available to them, the more they will be looking for alternatives when they drive into the office. And unfortunately for my client, the most proximate alternative lot is right next door. And even though they're not authorized to park there, the concern is there's going to be a lot of spillover. So with all due respect, we believe this variance does fail the 4 tests. And I heard that the applicant had lots of discussions with the councilors and residents, but unfortunately the applicant did not make any effort to reach out to our client in advance of this application. And I understand there's been some communication as of a couple of days ago, but as of now, my understanding is the applicant sees the concern we've raised as my client's problem and not their problem. And we respectfully disagree with that. So while my client supports the office buildings generally, it does not support the proposed parking variance, and it would respectfully ask that the committee reject that variance. Thank you. Sure. You can physically, you're not supposed to in their signage, which says, you know, parking is for the tenants and customers only. So it becomes a question of enforcement, but there's been a lot of issues with enforcement and challenges to our client, and that, you know, there's an expense associated with unauthorized people parking there. But yes, as of today, you physically could just drive in and park there. Yes, that's the concern.
Hi there. It's Philip Chair, and I'm with the South Perth and Sterling Road Residents Association. So, well, one, I was confused because the call came in from San Francisco and kind of caught me off guard. Anyway, we're talking about 150 Sterling, I assume. Okay, so, you know, we had a number of consultations with residents and with the developer, and, you know, this started way back when these lands were purchased by Castle Point. We went through the OMB hearing. We settled on a number of 336 spaces or something thereabouts for the entire commercial development, which was including the automotive tower, which was a conversion, plus the buildings on the other side. We settled on that number as being a suitable number to accommodate the needs of that development. What we subsequently has happened is Hines and Marlin Springs have since purchased those lands from Castle Point and sort of severed off the residential from the commercial. And this is the first of two buildings to be built with a total of 108 parking spaces in total, underground and above ground, with the laybys. And the laybys were going to be set in such a way that it would accommodate overnight parking by permit for the residents of the neighborhood, which alleviated the loss of at least 7 spaces that are going to happen. And then the underground parking was also going to be made available in the evening. I suspect that, you know, most evenings, if there's a restaurant above, that there won't often be a lot of parking there. But, you know, we were pretty confident that the number that they've come up with will actually satisfy the residential needs for the neighborhood and the commercial needs for the neighborhood in the short term. And then as additional commercial buildings are being built, that they're going to provide additional parking in those buildings. And yep. Well, so I'm one of the co-chairs of the South Perth and Sterling Road Residents Association. We've been an association. Yeah, we've been here for 25 years, and we initiated. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and we initiated those discussions 3 months after Castle Point acquired the lands, and we went through, you know, getting legal representation, attending at the OMB, negotiating sort of square footage and retail space and everything on the lands, all along on the belief that Castle Point had no intention to ever sell. But, you know, things change. They did sell. Hines came along. Initially, we were quite opposed to the drop in the number of spaces until we kind of went through, you know, the process and understood that really this is to address the parking for the 2 commercial buildings. It's not meant to address the parking for the museum or any of the residential facilities, which the other one actually was incorporating into the number of spaces that were being developed. Right? So as Marlin Springs moves, or sorry, as Hines moves through the process, they have another commercial site just to the east. If they realize that, 3 years down the road, it is just not enough parking, then they'll accommodate it in the next build that they're doing. Well, our position is that given, their traffic study and everything, that we believe that when they say that they won't need any more than the 108 spaces, and it'll only ever be, during the day that those spaces would be occupied by the businesses. In the evenings, it would be overflow for, the restaurant facility or events to be used, and overnight the ground space would be used as permit parking. That kind of settled our concerns.
Five 0 1 1.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. I think there's various pieces of information that should be corrected. I just want to reiterate the site is within 600 meters of the Dundas West Mobility Hub. And so that's a simple fact. There's no disputing that. I just want to lay that out there because the amount of transit available to the site is unlike most sites within the city. So I just want to make that very clear. In terms of the property owners' concerns, I mean, largely this is an issue of enforcement. The fact is that is an open surface parking lot to the south of us, and my client has no control as to the enforcement of that parking. I think there's an enforcement issue that can be dealt with, and that's not a zoning issue at all. That's simply an enforcement matter. So I don't share the same concerns. I think in terms of the number of parking spaces that are being provided on the 150 Sterling site, there's about 94 spaces that are being delivered. 94 spaces for roughly 14 stories of office uses is a fairly appropriate ratio, and we've defended that ratio by looking at some of the precedents, including at 77 Wade, which is the closest and best reference because it is within proximity of the mobility hub, and that rate is 0.36. So we're essentially in line with that. We're also in line with recent approvals across the city for new office developments. And the fact that a lot of our precedents do come from the downtown, that's simply because that's where all of the office development has been in the city. But you can also look at the East Harbor development, which is east of the Don River, clearly outside the downtown, and the rate there is 0.30 or 0.30 spaces per 100 square meters. So I do think we're in keeping with the prevailing parking rates. I think we're in keeping with the policy framework, which is also pushing for continued reductions in parking and an aggressive shift toward active mobility. I want to also note that our site will be directly attached to the West Toronto Rail Path, which bounds our site to the west. And part of the development proposal includes a direct link to the rail path. So we're anticipating a very high level of cyclists cycling onto this property, and a relatively low number or low demand for parking on our site. So I don't share the same concerns that there will be a spillover of parking onto our neighbor's site. And then just finally, I want to reiterate that transportation services staff have reviewed this exact question, and they are supportive. So I encourage committee to consider the more holistic picture here.
So to the applicant, I don't believe the committee members have received any correspondence from transportation services. I haven't seen anything, and that was a question I had: has transportation services reviewed your parking study, and do we have something in writing from them?
Is actually, I see some in the planning report. So it looks like the community planner have already incorporated comments from transportation, and so the transportation didn't issue a separate comment. So the staff report, F2A planning report. I was actually looking for that too, because both sides seems to have their rationale, and I think having some technical support from the city would help us to guide, if the parking is actually sufficient or not. So here in that report, it mentions about the requirement of having one car share parking space, a financial contribution for bike share station, and recognition by the owner that on-street parking permits may not be available. And then it goes down and talk about the rest of the parking, and as usual, they would not support anything. They didn't mention about objection. So I guess there were some, Patrick Miller. So I think there was some communication between the applicant and the city. There seems to be some parking arrangements set up between the city and the applicant. Now, the question is whether this is in line with the original SPA, which the neighbors were involved, right? And this is now more like a private agreement between the city and the applicant. So that's something I'm looking at and see if it makes sense.
If I may speak to that, so my understanding is that transportation services comments have been sort of tucked into holistically as part of the planning comments, and you'll notice that there are a number of conditions which the applicant is agreeable to. Those are items that came out of discussions with the community and the councillor, and they represent various benefits and transportation demand management measures, and those are things we're absolutely supportive of, and those would get captured through the Section 45 agreement with the city.
I have a question to the applicant. Can you please describe what's happening at site 5C, just north of the proposal? There's there's no real mention about what's going on there.
Sure. If we can pull open slide number 2 from my presentation, that might be the best reference point if we're able to. So what you're seeing here is the entire master plan community. This was the basis for the master plan, which began in 2011. 5C is what was shown there. That is owned by a different property owner. So my client does not own those lands. Currently there's no permissions for development on those lands. And so my understanding is that the adjacent property owner to the north will be looking at developing those lands in the future, but they are entirely separate from my client's land holdings.
Okay, I just noticed in some of the renderings you had that showing as a park, and sure, I guess that's a temporary condition, but I'm just slightly concerned about the relationship between the large office building and then an immediately adjacent site to that. So I don't know if there's anything about within the existing planning framework that would make sure that that's an easy relationship.
Yeah, so again, there's a lot of history to this, but 5C was in the early stages was planned as a park, and so that's why there are no development permissions. The park was actually, through discussions with the city, the park is going to be located on block 2, which is further north of the existing Sterling Road. So there's the expectation that 5C could become a POPS. It in no way will be a public park. The public park will be on block 2. So 5C may resemble a publicly accessible open space similar to what you see on my client's lands on the block to the north of 3A, sorry, block 3C.
Right, okay, thanks.
So I have one more question, please. So there was a gentleman representing the BIA mentioning about if in the future the parking is really not sufficient, then the next owner of block 5C will have to make up those parking. Is that what he was referring to?
I'm not totally sure what he was referring to. Hines, which is the owner of these properties, also owns the block 4A, which is indicated on the east side of Sterling Road. It's labeled as Future Office of Foundry. So that is the third office building owned by my client. And I think the suggestion there is, if there is a shortfall, there is a potential to make it up on that building. But once again, based on the planning and technical analysis that's been undertaken by BA Group, we do feel that the proposed supply is adequate and will meet the demands of that particular of the 2 buildings that are being proposed today.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you.
I'll jump in first, or sorry, go ahead, Nimrod.
Oh, okay, my concern relates to variance number 3, which deals with the issue of parking. I don't have issues with the other variances, but I'm just surprised that we don't have actual comments from Transportation Services, which would have actually gone through and reviewed the applicant's parking study. In reviewing the planning report, they make no reference to the parking study and don't do any analysis of the parking study that was submitted. And so I don't have any comfort in the planning report's comments on the parking variance. And so that's my issue.
I understand where you're coming from, Nimrod, and my view of the planning report was more that they folded in some of the general feelings from transportation, but yeah, I agree. They don't explicitly come out and say it. I reviewed the BA report in detail, and I thought it was comprehensive and defensible. So I will put my stock into that. I think that these are all pretty reasonable modifications to a plan that are being proposed here, and I am pleased to see the community benefits come out of the increased density that is being secured. So all of that combined, I will support this application.
Yeah, I was a little bit hesitant about the parking rationale as well, but seems like if I mean, there's a chance that the owner of 5A might sell the land to sell 4 acres to a new owner, so he's not obligated for any future parking in the floor. But it looks like there is still a way to amend the problem, and we don't necessarily assume that we will need that much of parking at this stage based on the report. So I would say I can support all the variances.
I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve subject to the 3 conditions of the community planning report dated January 24th. Yes, engineering as well, please.
Hi. Yes, my name is Sean Freeman. I'm the architect for the application.
I'm happy to bring a motion. This is a very small addition to the house of 20 square meters, and it's sensitively massed and reasonable and minor, and I can see no negative impacts coming from this. So I move to approve with no conditions.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Wangle. I'm the architect for the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just ask that our presentation be brought up to screen. And what I'd like to do is just start on page number 2. And just to show that this is a site plan, the green line is the house that will be demolished. The red lines that are parallelograms represent the permitted envelope of the house. And you'll see the house is on a site that's a trapezoidal shape. And what we've done is we've met the front setback on the left-hand side, which is the north side. And we've just squared the house off and stepped it back a bit. At the, whoop, our sheet has gone. Sorry, I've lost my my application here. Tell Zach not to call. I've actually lost my sheet, but I will go. I can actually point to the other elements. Can you still hear us? Okay, I've just lost my screen for some reason. But anyway, I can just describe on our plan. You'll see that at the back of the property, we actually have not used the full depth of the house, and we've actually not used our one-story extension. In fact, our house is a little bit shorter than the permitted length in terms of its actual physical size. Where we attribute some extra depth is because under the outdoor room at the back, which is open on 3 sides, we actually excavated underneath below grade, and we can use that space. That's attributing to our extra depth, length, and rear yard setback. If I could just ask to go to page number 3. And if you could just let us know that that's up, because I don't have any visuals right now. It seems to be gone from our screen. This is a small chart that shows the neighborhood approvals from Committee of Adjustment that have been approved over the last several years, showing there is a trend of change, and that the FSI that we are requesting, that's just under 87%, falls within the range of several new homes that have been built in the area. And then there will be some discussions, possibly from some neighbors, about the fact that this area does not have any 3-story houses with flat roofs, but in fact it does. And that will be on page number 4. And then I would ask to turn to page number 5. And if you could just let us know when you get there and I can describe it. And you'll see a diagram that just shows that this house has a flat roof, but it can be designed entirely within the volume that what would normally be permitted for a sloped roof to sit at 11 meters. So the line in red shows a permitted envelope and slope, and the blue line would show typically a permitted height. And if we then go to page number 6, and you'll see on the left is a 3D shot of the house that we are proposing. And on the right side, shown in red, is a permitted envelope. So essentially, you could compare this to, think of a box with 4 lids that sort of slope and angle. If you peel back the lids under this roof, you have something that fits the same physical height at the top at 11 meters, but cuts in on the sides and back to fit within the slopes of this. And then on page 7, there's another view at the back. And you'll see on the right-hand side in red is again showing the as-of-right roof that cloaks the 3-story component. We do have a few shots. I know there's some concerns from neighbors at number 22 and number 20. And page number 8 just gives a diagram to show the distance between the 2 properties. There's 32 meters between the back of 23 Glen Cedar, and there's approximately 33.5 meters between the back of 23 Glen Cedar and 22 Chiltern Hill. And then on page 9, there is a shot taken across showing the sight lines across. We can address neighbors' concerns. I should point out that we have had discussions with the planning department. They do not have any concerns. They're fine. They had asked for some clarifications, and we've shown that the massing of our 3rd floor actually sits set back from all the sides except for the rear. And there's a variance for 2 balconies on the 3rd floor. One is a smaller one on the backside. Again, that's a wish of our client's daughter. When they built this house, this was a desire to have, and it's set back approximately 1.4 meters back from the face. And again, it's not to be used as a party deck, but as a place of refuge and just for her to get fresh air, and it will be used occasionally. We should note the density on 2 floors of this house is 0.668. The rest attributed to the 3rd floor. And then if I were to do this as a diagram on my 3rd floor, it accounts for approximately, thank you, Mr. Chair. The 3rd floor accounts for only 52% of the plate itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My sincere apologies. Are you able to hear me? Thank you very much. I appreciate. My name is Matthew Helfand, and I am the lawyer for the owners of 10 Glen Cedar, which is a house to the south of the subject property and on the same street. Understood. Thank you. I'm here to object to the proposed variances and request that this application be denied, but alternatively, if the committee is not ready to deny, that this application be deferred until the resolution of an ongoing TLAB appeal currently underway for 12 Glen Cedar. So by way of background, the committee should be aware of the ongoing appeal for 12 Glen Cedar, which arose as a result of the committee's refusal of a similar density variance. At 12 Glen Cedar, there is an application being sought for an FSI of 0.85, and here we're seeing 0.87. My clients are parties to that appeal, and I'm their counsel. One day of the hearing took place on January 29th, and subsequent days are being scheduled, and I'll return to that later. With respect to this application on its merits, it's my submission that the density variance being sought does not meet the general intent of the OP or the zoning bylaw. As the committee knows, a key objective of this plan is that new development must respect and reinforce the general physical pattern in the neighborhood. And particularly, the OP directs that a proposed development within a neighborhood must be materially consistent with the prevailing physical character of properties. The applicant has pointed to some approvals in the broad vicinity, but the test is not approvals. The test is prevailing physical character, the most often occurring. The OP expressly states that massing, scale, and density are elements of physical character with which a proposed development must be materially consistent. There is no material consistency here. In preparation of the 12 Glen Cedar appeal, which I referred to, my client's planning consultant conducted an analysis of the existing FSIs on this stretch of Glen Cedar. There is nothing as high as 8.7. To approve this would be simply the highest density approval. What we see are most in the range of less than 0.6, some as low as 0.38 and 0.39. The applicant has not put before the committee what the physical character is that exists because it simply is not supportive of this approval. The committee should also note that the FSI calculation doesn't include any exclusions, and I would ask the committee to look closely at the outdoor room at the back of the proposal and the integral garage, both of which are excluded from the FSI, but still result in overall massing and scale. And I will try and sum up briefly. The proposed FSI of 0.87 really is more than twice what's permitted in the RD zone. And in fact, it's actually higher than what you see permitted as of right in Toronto's RM zones, which permit duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. So for instance, the RM zone to the west of Glen Cedar, across the Cedar Rail Ravine, you see a permitted FSI of 0.8. This isn't a minor density variance, it's practically a rezoning. And I respectfully submit that this application should be dismissed. May I make one just quick further point? Very quick. Okay.
I've got a question for the speaker.
I'm still with you, thank you.
Yes. So you had suggested that perhaps the application should be deferred pending what outcome of the T-Lab's decision on another application?
Well, that's right. And this was, in fact, the point that I was trying to get to. I appreciate you asking. I mean, the submission is that it should be refused, but the alternative submission is that it should be deferred. And I recognize that each application should be judged on its merits. And one approval in one lot is not necessarily appropriate for another lot. But at the same time, the result of the 12 Glen Cedar appeal will be an appellate ruling on what the physical character of this specific neighborhood is. It is 6 houses away. And I believe that that appellate authority can inform the question of whether this is appropriate for the neighborhood and whether it meets the OP test, considering we're looking at very similar density variances.
Thank you.
Hi, can you unmute? Can you hear me? It's Sue Valencia. I'm the owner of 20 Chiltern Hill Road. I don't have much to say, to be honest. I wanted to just dispute Mr. Wengel's submissions on the 3-story houses in our neighborhood, specifically in the block that I back onto. Probably about 2/3 of our fence line is shared with 23 Glen Cedar. Mr. Wengel designed my home. He listed my home as a 3-story. It's not. It's 2 stories. We have fake dormer windows at the top, which is actually one of the reasons we chose Mr. Wengel, because we love those kinds of designs. And having gone through the list in my neighborhood with my neighbor, the majority of those houses that he has listed as 3 stories are not, in fact. They're similar to mine in the sense that they're tall and they have fake dormers that seem to, show that it's a 3-story, but they're not. The biggest concern that I have and my husband have is the vantage point and the view into our backyard. We spent a lot of money and a lot of time designing a beautiful home and a beautiful backyard, and we just want to protect our privacy. We have some trees at the back, which, as I said in my letter, from approximately mid-November to mid-April, have no leaves on them. So the view straight through between the properties is quite clear. Other than that, like I said, my remarks are short. I would like to support what the council for number 10, Glen Cedar, said in respect of the rezoning of the area, because there really aren't 3-story homes in the blocks that are being considered. The ones that are in the neighborhood back onto the park or are on, as the committee already considered, on Westover Hill, smaller, narrower lots that there's simply no choice but to permit the 3 stories. I don't think that a home of this size is appropriate for that lot, and I respectfully request that you dismiss this application, and I appreciate your time.
Hi. My name is Susan Wengel. I represent the owners of 22 Chiltern Hill, who are Annette and Harvie Wengel. We share similar concerns to residents at number 20 Chiltern Hill. We share a back fence line, about 1/3 of the back fence line with number 23 Glen Cedar. And we've been in this location for 56 years. We remember a time when neighbors built relationships. Unfortunately, we feel that these neighbors are not considering us at all in their design. that their property is going to be very much taller than all the neighboring houses, that it will overlook our backyard. And I don't know if you have access to the photograph of our vantage point that I submitted with my written letter. But we feel that that is going to impinge on our privacy greatly. We spend a good deal of time in the garden. My mother spends many hours a day in the nice weather in the garden. And this property, which is proposed, is not just, thank you for putting that up. It's hard for me to imagine just how tall 11 meters is when I look at what is there. However, all of these houses that are supposedly three-story houses, it's as if they have rooms in their roofs. Whereas the house that's proposed, I see that the applicants have taken pains to show a third floor as if it were a roof, which it's not. It's open with a balcony, with, well, 2 balconies on the 3rd floor, 2 balconies on the 2nd floor. I really have no comment on what they do on the front of their house. I do have concerns about how it will overhang, maybe not overhang is the right word, but it will impose on our privacy. And other than that, I support my neighbor to Sue Valencia at number 20. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I still on? I just want to double check because we still don't have visual. Can you hear us? Thank you. Okay. Just to respond to Mr. Helfand's comments, this neighborhood is not defined by one block. It's a walkable neighborhood where one could take their dog for a 5-minute stroll and pass by all of the houses that are listed on page number 3, which I believe define a trend that's in the neighborhood where it is seeing redevelopment and improvement. Again, a neighborhood does not stay static. And I think the expectation is when people do build houses, they are going to build a little bit bigger, but this certainly stays within the realm of what's been approved. To then try to hijack this hearing on behalf of a client that's on the other side of the road, much further up, I believe is not an appropriate way to request deferrals or refusals. But again, this should be looked on upon its own merits. And to say that nothing on this block has been approved or is at that size, well, we are still working on number 1 Glen Cedar, which was approved at the committee at 87.5%. The project is just on hold, but we actually have permit drawings ready to go, and that's been approved 2 years ago. So I believe that you shouldn't just assume that the block is the immediate neighborhood, but rather a few minutes of walkable, in which case on page 3, all of our densities that we have shown that are at or above are listed, and they are on even on Chiltern Hill, number 91 Chiltern Hill, number 19 Croydon. These are with a stone's throw of this property, as well as number 1 Glen Cedar and number 3 Glen Cedars. So those are still within the immediate neighborhood. Another thing is that the neighbors who are most affected or impacted, which are the neighbors to the north and south, They have not objected, and they were approached, but they have not decided to list any objection. So I think that should be given some merit. To speak to Ms. Valencia's comments, and again, as a client, to say that we did something, again, hers was one of the larger, newer homes that was built, but it has the same physical massing in terms of roof height that this house will have. The difference is there's a sloped roof. Where the sloped roof ends is where the vertical walls that would happen inside a ceiling. On page 7, again, that would be the best way to look at it. And to say that there's no other 3-story house, well, right across the road at, I believe it's number 11 Chiltern Hill, there's a new home that we built a couple of years ago that does have a 3rd floor within the roof itself as well. And again, if I could ask you to turn to page number 9, that will show the distance between the properties. Again, 30 meters plus is a significant distance. And there is a winter shot on page number 10. You'll see shots taken from the 2nd floor of our proposed property. The top on the right-hand side shows towards Chiltern Hill, number 22, Ms. Wangel's house, and number 20, Ms. Valencia's house. And you'll see the hedges that are there all the time. This is taken just a few weeks ago, and you can see snow on the ground. And it's our client's intent is to continue with a large hedge across the remainder of their property. Again, they will be putting in a swimming pool. They will want privacy, and I believe that does mitigate a lot of the concern from there. For Ms. Wangel, who is a relative of mine, a very good relative, and I know her family well. My aunt and uncle lived there. I would like to say that the house beside her would represent the same house size that we are proposing. So it does go to approximately almost 11 meters up, but it has a similar physical size. I believe that this on its own merits does meet the 4 tests. I believe the balconies are minor. They are recessed. There is a very, very minor balcony at the 2nd floor, just for someone to open up the door and maybe overlook the pool, but they're not meant as party balconies. I think the design is just to satisfy the dreams and wishes of a younger child who always had wanted a small balcony. It is recessed back. There is over 30 meters between. There will be landscaping there to mitigate any concern of overview. And I will leave that with the committee.
Well, my comments are that I have concerns that it's an overdevelopment of the site, that it is 3 stories and the GFA that's proposed is out of character with this portion of the street. And those are the concerns that I have.
I agree with Nimrod's concerns, like the height and the density were the things that I was flagged by. But I mean, I think the thing that I find complicated is the fact that there is a 3rd story and these other houses are just not inhabited, right? They're not lived in, but it exists in the form of a roof with fake dormers. So, you know, understanding that better, I think that makes me look at it a bit differently, right? Like, I think the question then comes just to FSI, and is this too much actual built square footage on a site? So I'm still up in the air on this.
Yeah, I agree with Peter too. I was looking at the Google map and trying to look at those other dormers. The windows and all those, the configuration tells me that it's not a 3rd floor comparing to what we're having now, and that it translates back to the numbers that we're looking at, which is exactly the GFI. So yes, I feel very uncomfortable to approve it. Sorry, I was saying I feel very uncomfortable to approve it, so I'm not in favor of this program.
So I'll put forward a motion to refuse the variances.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sorry for my voice. I'm just getting over a cold. How do I sound now? Fantastic. Eldon Theodore from MHBC, representing the owner, Phil Lemro, for the property. I am Eldon Theodore. I thank you for that.
I have a question. Thank you. This is an unconventional application. It's rare that we see a basement being extended out over the entire depth of the property. Can you tell me what the existing condition in the rear yard is between the house and the garage?
Absolutely. The existing condition today is essentially it's a paved courtyard area, and then it extends to the garage. So the proposed condition will effectively, with the reconstruction of the garage and the introduction of a green roof, will actually introduce green space on the in the rear yard in a way that also provides for stormwater capture. So it actually is an improvement from the existing condition today.
Okay, thanks. I'm happy to bring forward a motion. My only concern was the runoff and a hardscape, and the fact that this proposal is a net improvement to that situation, I think is positive. And obviously the impacts to neighbors will be very limited or next to none. So I move to approve, subject to community planning conditions related to limiting depth to the basement only and requiring a green roof on top of the garage.
been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Amir Amanka, and I have Mr. Bill Ross speaking on my behalf.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Hi. We're asking for a small addition to this existing building on the second floor. Second floor addition is how's that? Is that okay? Okay. Anyway, we're adding a small addition to the over the first floor at the rear, which is just 15 feet by 11 foot 7 inches. And a third story addition over top of the existing second floor for 26 feet 5 inches by 15 over these two existing buildings. We do not increase the building length, nor do we increase the building height. The variance for height that we're asking for has to do with the peak of the existing third story at the front of the house. So we're going behind it. You basically can't see it from the street. So there's no impact on the streetscape at all. And everything goes over top of the existing already, the existing first floor and at the rear, and then the existing second floor, creating the third story. So between those two, that's what we're asking for our variances. But the fact is that it doesn't increase its length. We don't increase the side yards. You can't see it from the front, so the impact is minimal. We have a staff report that just has a concern with regards to the upper patio or at the on top of the second floor level. And we have no objection to the rear deck being constructed and so on in accordance with the staff report. Are there, and as far as we know, we've spoken to the owners of the house who intend to occupy the house themselves. And it's going to be used basically as a single family dwelling. Is there anything else I can inform you on?
So currently, how many dwelling units are in the existing building?
As far as I know, there's only going to be one. There's new owners of the property, and they're basically changing it around. They tell me they're going to occupy it themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Is this us? Yes.
Yes, we're here. Do you hear us? Very good. My name is Fernanda Pisani at 432 Euclid Avenue.
And I'm Tim Davin from the same.
Okay, we're going to speak together. So we have concerns. I'm going to address number one, the impact of sunlight, view, and airspace reduction. So the proposed height variance exceeds the maximum guideline by 1/3 or 33.5%. The proposed space index will be equal to 1.14 times the area of the lot, exceeding the maximum guidelines by 65.2%. These are not minor variances, these are major variances, and they will create a dramatic reduction in the available sunlight that currently reaches our property, especially a family room, a kitchen, an office, and a stairwell at the back of the house. The tiered levels with pitched roofs are specifically designed to allow for both sides of the semi-detached house to enjoy equal and adequate sunlight. This is critical given that there are no windows on the common party wall to the south, nor for 43% of the front of the house on the north side, where we share a common narrow alley with 434 Euclid Avenue. A single third floor back of the house window, see page 5, is the only source of natural light that illuminates a stairwell leading to the second and third floor, as well as lighting the narrow hallway which leads to my office. The plans allow for a wall to be built directly flush with our third floor window frame, see page 6, thus canceling out any sunlight for navigating the steep staircase safely for most of the day. A single narrow window on the second floor, see page 7, bottom left, is the only west-facing window that illuminates an office used daily by my wife. The proposed plan will also result in a massive reduction to the accessible outdoor space that we currently enjoy, and any view of the south that we've had for the last 33 years from the second and third floor windows will be replaced by a solid wall. This darkened effect can lead to a serious physical and mental health consequences for us. Second is for water and snow runoff from the roofs, the potential for roof rot, and adequate property drainage. The pitched roof that we presently share on the third floor, see page 5, allows for rain to drain off the roof toward the south and north and away from the properties on both sides. We will lose that in the new plan. Rain from the north will hit the neighbor's wall at the property line, increasing the amount of rain that falls on our roof and the drainage on our side. Water falling away from the third floor roof of 430 will fall directly onto the wooden window frame, potentially causing interior damage. Persistent shadowing will cause longer and incomplete evaporation of rain and drying out of the roof surfaces, and snow from the north will accumulate on our roofs as it hits the neighbor's wall. Okay, so by altering the, well, basically that's my point, is that we have mostly a concern for the reduction of sunlight and for proper drainage and roof rot.
And privacy. Privacy would be forfeited in a big way. And also, you can see the additional wall from the front of the house. If you look at the plans that were submitted, you could see that on page 9. There are neighbors behind us that have the same concerns. I'm talking about page 9 of the architect's submissions, where you can see the wall from the front. Yes, right there. So that is not correct. And we concur with Ms. Turner and the Rollo family of Manning Avenue that they will also have their light forfeited, their privacy, and also a two-way access or view, unwanted view of our neighbors, especially in the evening. We have been, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, this is David Pullyblank speaking. I live at 4. Yes. I'll try. I live at 408 Euclid, which is a little south of this proposed development. We've lived in the neighborhood for 39 years, and we're very concerned that there's a trend of new additions at the third floor level, which are really disrupting the current state of the neighborhood. And if you can look at this first picture, this is a 2017 Google's satellite photo of the neighborhood. At that time, all of the houses in the block were 2.5-story houses with 3 three minor exceptions. And those were 434, 436, and 462. Each of those houses have gabled roofs, and so they don't cause excessive shadowing of neighbors to the north. Since then, we have seen two new third floor additions built on two of these houses, 434 and 436. 436 is a detached house. 434 is attached to 438 is a detached house. 434 and 436 are semi-detached to each other, but were originally larger than other houses in the neighborhood. And the objects that have been built on top of them were shown in figure 2. And that you can see are really out of scale to any of the neighbors. Now, the red brick, the bright red brick on 424 is the new extensions that have been built, and 428 has similar extensions. They're both very large and very domineering on the neighbors' properties. And the other thing that has happened is that 426, in between the two, has also received variances to make similar additions to their house. And so those three houses together will basically dominate this part of our neighborhood. Now, we're seeing an expansion of this trend as people move in further north. 430 is now applying for something very comparable to that shown in 424. And if you look at the adjacent house, that is 422, and it's shown also in the lower panel there, that is basically the existing structure of 422. Yes. We are very granting the requested variances 2 and 3 to allow further expansion would not comply with the official city plan. And that's basically our position, that they're trying to overbuild already heavily built properties, and this is damaging the general environment of the neighborhood.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay? My name is Susan Turner, and I live at 397 Manning Avenue, which is directly across the backyards from 430 Euclid. So yes, I would like to agree with my neighbors that I believe that this proposed extension on 430 Euclid is overbuilt. I think it's the structure itself is going to loom over the neighborhood. And if you could bring up the last page of my letter, you'll see a diagram of, that's it, that one. And the red structure there, you'll see how the extension is going to look when it's completed. So not only is the interior floor space going to be enlarged over 65% above what is allowed, but the addition on the second story is going to be 33% higher than allowed. So to me, this is not a minor variance, this is a major one. And I think it, to the point that has been raised already, we're seeing a march of these buildings up Euclid Avenue. And while at first I did not object to my neighbors building these additions, now that I'm living with the consequences of it, I can see how it definitely impacts privacy. Having the building project forward towards my house, especially at night when the lights are on, you can see very clearly into each other's homes, and it's an invasion of my personal privacy. I've had to install window coverings on my house, which covers a bathroom window, a bedroom window, and an upstairs area where I exercise during the evenings. So this is potentially going to impact me very much, but I also think from the neighborhood's perspective, we're given no clear reason why the new owner has to apply for very major variances like this that are far beyond what is allowed by the zoning. And I believe that one of the reasons this is such an attractive area that is drawing people in is because the neighborhood is so consistent, and the zoning has a lot to do with that. And what we're seeing now is a disruption of that pattern, which I fear will set precedent. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present my views.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, hi. My name is John Rollo, and I'm a resident at 399 Manning Avenue, which is directly behind the proposed structure where it's going to be built, 430 Euclid. I'd just like to, a second, sir. I'd just like to introduce my parents, Maria and Diamantino. I'm speaking on their behalf. They are the homeowners. We all reside at 399 Manning. I'd like to say we're in total agreement with everything that's been said from Fernando Pisani, the Pullylocks, Susan Turner, and I apologize if I missed somebody in between there. I will say that in total agreement, there is a significant structure on that property already. Susan's picture that showed the blocking of the what the proposed structure is going to look like is dead on. The property, the structure will be more protruding towards us, and I'd like to speak along the lines of contention here from a different angle, and that would be one of sorry, I just lost my train of thought here. The quality of life, okay? So interfering, what the structure is going to do is it's going to interfere in the quality of life and the health and well-being of the surrounding neighbors at a minimum. And how I explain this is that my parents have a kitchen at the back of the house on the main floor with a walkout porch for warmer days, from which they, for many years, have enjoyed their early morning routine of watching the sun come up as they have breakfast. Allowing this larger structure will directly impact the line of sight to an early morning sunrise. Also, for more than 50 years, my parents have maintained a backyard garden from which they take great pride and joy growing vegetables from spring through fall. They love to share their bounty with some of the friends in the neighborhood, and not only in sharing with their friends and neighbors in the neighborhood, they're also adding to the quality of life of the neighbors and community as well. The hobby of theirs keeps them motivated and contributes greatly to their health and well-being, as it keeps them moving, thinking, and planning. It also keeps them outdoors and active when the weather is nice. In pandemic times like this, the backyard garden this past summer was priceless. The proximity and height of the building. Yes? Okay, I'll get there quickly here. So the proximity and height of the proposed structure will again create more shading and less direct sunlight, making the warm and sunny backyard they so much enjoy today a colder and grayer place to be. It's our belief that the quality of life, health, and well-being should be considered a right and a priority for everyone living in every neighborhood, and should never be impacted in a negative way as a result of putting up a structure such as the one being proposed at 430 Euclid. Thank you for the committee for allowing me to participate in this open process. Thank you.
I want you to confirm their name. Hello, yes. Hello.
Yes, my name is Amir. I'm confirming here with boss speaking on my behalf. So I'm going to pass the phone to the boss. We're going to continue with the test.
Yes, it's me, myself. I'm Bill Ross. Yeah. Okay, first. Usually when I'm talking about impact, I'm looking at impact on the streetscape at the front, in which case we have a very little corner of this third floor that's exposed to the front. And that's about 20 feet back from the front property line, or is from the front of the building. So virtually from the street, you don't even know it's there because the width of the addition is less than the width of the house. The main part of the front anyway. The second thing is that the height of the building is to the top of the flat roof, and we're just like 2 feet higher. And the length of this thing is not longer than the existing house. We're putting the one-story, second floor addition is over the top of the one story that already exists. The third story is over the second story portion of the building that already exists. We're not reducing the rear yard at all. It stays the same. What the neighbors are talking about are the distance between the rear yards, between the rear yard of the house, the backyard, and then the garage, and then the lane, and then further into the adjacent properties on the other side of the lane. This typical design has been built here on the street before. There's fuel pictures of it. It was deemed to be minor. We're not going any further back from behind our neighbors than we are already. In fact, we line up with the one on the one next that we're attached to, because it is extending back further than ours. And the one that's on the other side, we just line up with. So we're not going beyond the length of their building. So there's no increase in length, but the neighbor to the north side, which is 132,
432
is longer than ours. It goes back behind us. So we're not really impacting on him. He has a laneway or whatever. He's got a little alleyway beside his house that he gets access down to there, but it already is beside our place. So I don't think these things are objectionable at all. What we're asking for is quite reasonable. Planning staff has looked at this. They've looked at the objections. They've written their staff report that they feel it's quite compatible with what's going on in the neighborhood.
That's not.
And they have no objection to the application, with the exception of some screening put on top of the deck at the upper level, so that we're not creating any overview into the adjacent neighbors. So I really can't see what what you can do in a neighborhood where there's small houses and people are putting additions on. Third stories are permitted. This isn't like the third story is not permitted. It's behind the existing front third story. So you really can't see it very much from the street except for one little corner. So it has no effect on the streetscape. But now we're arguing about whether it's going to affect the view of the buildings at the rear, where you've got the rear backyards facing backyards. And of course, they're all going to be different size houses and shapes and whatever that go along in the rear yards. I mean, we've got a 28-foot setback for the to the garage, and then you've got the garage, then you've got the laneway, and then you've got the people out on the other side. And the person right next door who was complaining, his house goes back further than ours does. And whether ours is a 2 stories or 3 stories, it's, I think, really irrelevant. They're all entitled to be 3 stories. If there's any further questions? Yeah, I think they're all minor variances, and I think the staff is right here that it is minor, and we deserve to have it approved.
I'll start with a couple points. I mean, I was kind of surprised with the level of objection from the neighbors, because I thought this was a reasonable application, with the height being really kind of tucked away on the third and the footprint remaining the same. I think because of the way that it's being put forward, I think the incremental impacts of negative impacts are going to be really small compared to what's there. Like the shadow impacts, I think will be relatively minor. And overlook, that kind of stuff, and privacy, it's a city, right? And I think we all have to deal with these things. So I'm going to be supporting this application.
I have to agree with Peter. I think the impacts are, they're minor. I think the overall massing is appropriate, and that community planning's condition would address the issue of the balcony and the privacy.
Okay, I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve, subject to the community planning condition of opaque or landscape screening on the 3rd floor deck.
Oh, so what do we do? Take her a bottle of booze. I think you should go get one right now.
Yeah, I'm done.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners.
I'll move a motion. There are only 3 variances, and I believe they are minor, and so I would move a motion for approval. And I don't believe there are any conditions, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Moody Ren. Can you hear me? Is now better? Is now better? Is now better? Hello?
Press 2. For general consultant. Your design, press 2.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Thank you. This is a third story and rear three-story addition and reconstruction of a rear detached garage with laneway suites. We have very minor variants like setback only asking for 0.05 meter and height 0.3 meter. Other variances like main wall height and front basement entrance, FSI, building depth. There are many similar approvals around the neighborhood, such as 75 Chester Avenue across the street, 58 Arundel Avenue approved with 1.08 FSI, while we are asking for 0.96, and building depth approved with 20.08, while we are asking for 18.47. And to mention, we have addressed all the comments from staff members, planners, and engineering and construction services departments. For example, we have already decreased the proposed building depth by 0.7 meter and increased the landscape area by 7.76% by reducing the rear deck. And we already spoke to the neighbors, and their main concern were the trees and FSI. Regarding trees, we have done a tree report and tree protection plan and submitted an application to the urban forestry. There will be only one tree require injury. The rest will be preserved. Regarding FSI, there are many approvals with high FSI than what we are proposing, such as 170 Browning Avenue, 17 Browning Avenue, and 58 Rodell Avenue. Neighbors have other concerns such as the roof type. We designed the roof type similar to 84 Chester Avenue, 101 Chester Avenue, and 135 Chester Avenue. That's my presentation. Thank you.
You do.
You do, yes. Can you hear us clearly? My name is Duncan Harvie.
Jacqueline Harvie. I'm up first, so I'll just say we've been here 38 plus years. We've raised children here. We have many friends here, both who have been here a long time like us and who are new to the neighborhood. We barely know the people next door. They've hardly spoken to us. They've certainly never addressed any of our concerns about their house, which are not limited to what was presented, and my husband will present the detail. I've also been gardening here for 38 plus years, and I know that the trees here on the clay soil extend their roots wide rather than going deep. So any construction around their drip line is going to have a dreadful effect. We've lost so many trees in our neighborhood lately. We don't have any second property. This is our summer refuge, and we so much enjoy sharing it with our neighbors and friends around, with the children around. So I'll leave my husband to say that what is proposed as a minor variance is actually in aggregate a major variance.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Just let me preface my remarks, but I'm a neighbor, the immediate neighbor to the north, but I'm also an architect and a planner. And I certainly support the addition of density in this neighborhood. I think it's perfectly appropriate because of the subway station at the end of the street. And in fact, we are going to be applying to build a lane house ourselves. And with that said, I would like to comment on this particular application. And I will, rather than addressing the emotional issues, which Jacqueline has spoken to so well, I'm going to focus more on the technical. And so looking at the actual variances asked for, and I'll go through them by number, corresponding to your letter. First of all, the reduction of the landscape area, the loss of the groundwater and threat to trees is undesirable. I'm glad to hear that forestry has been notified because the original application noted that there were no trees that fell under the bylaw. Point two, the addition to the maximum building height is not the problem. The problem is the rise of the sidewalls on both sides. Both of those are being asked to be increased by 32%. That is not minor. The increase on the sidewall on the north side will shade the dormer windows into our house. Our third floor relies on those dormers for passive heating. The sunshine, they face due south, and this sidewall is going to rise right in front of them, so that we will have to add supplementary heat to our house to address that. The maximum permitted depth, they're asking, a rebuild was done in 1998. And when they did that, they respected a setback from our property line of 2.35 meters. And I beg your pardon, the build was 2.35 meters deep, and it was 1.5 meters back from our line. What they're now proposing to do is to move that wall back north immediately to our property line, and it extended even further. So I'll show you some massing sketches in a moment that will explain that more clearly. Item 5, the increase in density of the FSI. I think what's important to bear in mind here is that we are in a transition zone. The lane that everybody is going to speak about so passionately, because it has played such an important role in the COVID times, that lane separates us from Jackman Avenue. Jackman Avenue is in an RD zone and is at 0.35 times. We are in the R zone, yes, at 0.69. And the examples that the architect has quoted in their support of their application are all being quoted from the R zone, not the RD zone. And as I say, this is very much a transition. And in any case, an increase of 40% in the density is not minor. The front yard setback is not a problem, except for the fact that it's the construction in the front is threatening the trees. Finally, the pedestrian entrance to a secondary suite is not permitted from the front. It should happen from the back, given the fact of what they are planning to do back there. I have no objection to the parking. If we look at the official plan, section 4.1.5, there is a requirement to be mindful of the overview and shadowing that is going to occur in the neighborhood. This proposal doesn't reinforce the relevance of the previous C of A decisions I've spoken about, because they are all lying in the R zone, not in the transition zone. I've shown, if Bram would show them, there's various illustrations of what I was talking about. If we look further down, there's a simple little model. You're looking at the drawings, Bram, not of my letter. If we go, in a word, I was asked.
It's greedy.
I think my wife summed it up very well. It's a very greedy application. It's designed from the outside in and not the inside out. Thank you, Bram.
Yeah, I've got a question. The speaker mentioned that they had concerns with the height of the side walls. And if you can just explain, how does that impact you?
Yes, if you hold that illustration there for a minute, Bram, if you see the markup of how high the sidewalls of the proposed, those are what's shown in the black outline. And if you look through there, you can see our dormer windows on the house to the north. And those are the ones that are going to be shaded by this addition. If you just go to the right a little further there, Bram, on the roof, the shed dormer. No, on my house, not on our neighbors. So
there.
Well, that's my mouse, not his mouse. That's my point, Mr. Salomon. Is that clear?
And so if we're looking at that drawing, your house is the one to the right of the box.
No, to the left.
To the left. The
To
one
the
that's
left.
almost, yes.
That's right.
Okay.
And so it's the shed dormer you can see on the roof there that
Outlined in blue.
That is going to be totally shaded by this high sidewall.
And so if that sidewall, if they still had the third story, but the sidewall had to comply, how do we know exactly how that would look in relation to the rear of your?
They would have a peaked roof.
Or a dormer like us.
Yeah, or combination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's me. Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Lola Bratty, and I own 43 Jackman Avenue, which is due west of this house. If I look out of my back windows, I see that house dead on, okay? So I am impacted visually. I want to start by commending the committee with this marathon session. I've been on since 10 o'clock, and you guys taken something interesting on. Anyway, you're welcome. I've been listening to previous variance requests, and I think there's a big consistency which applies here too. People in neighborhoods want the character respected. And this building, sticking a box on a lot with houses with sloped, in an area with the sloped roofs and traditional look, doesn't work. It doesn't respect the character. Plus, it's far too big. We don't want big boxes. We want privacy, and we want light and trees. That's what the citizens want, okay? And that's what I think the official plan and the zoning bylaw attempt to attain. In my opinion, I looked at the planning report, and I think it fails to address those things. It also fails to address the size of the building length, and the impact on the neighbors. As I said in my submission, which I think you guys have probably all read, I'm very concerned about the impact on number 74. I have a house next to me at 41 Jackman. You as a committee turned them down in 2016. They then went to the OMB, which overruled your decision. And the result is that I have one story addition protruding into the backyard, which their backyard past the 17 meters, which has cut off light to my rear area. And I don't want to see Duncan and Jacqueline have the same problem. It's not a good thing for the neighborhood when we close out light to backyards, and I tried to make the point of the importance of rear yards and outdoor space. So that's the length, additional length. And the house, the height is proposed. Bram, if you could go to Duncan's illustrations showing the impact in the rear yard of what they're proposing to build. I looked at his submission and I thought he put it so well. It shows, there's a picture of the protrusion of that huge box into the backyard. Keep going, it's the next one, or further down. Yes, there. Okay, I think that's it. It's hard for me to see on a phone, to be frank. Things are so small, and I'm so old. You can see the impact of this box in terms of what about the next one, Bram? There. You can see the impact of this box on his house to the left and coming forward in terms of what it will impact on me. The only other point I want to make is the trees. We've lost a lot of trees. The tree, a rare walnut, European walnut tree that I had on my property was destroyed by the building next door because of the coming back, despite the fact that they, quote, had tree protection zones. Forestry doesn't follow up. And the other thing is we've lost 11 trees on our lane. There's 11 mature trees. That's a big problem because we now we're losing the character. That's basically what I want to say. I'm asking you to turn this down and send it back to the drawing boards. They shouldn't be building a box. They should be building a house in character. The house is too big. The planning report doesn't address that at all. And, you know, this house is proposed as bigger than my house, and I'm on a 10-foot wider lot. It's really out of character. And I thank you for listening.
Yes, regarding the main wall height and the louvre and boxy style, we actually have many similar approvals around the neighborhood. And to name a few, they are 84 Chester Avenue, 101 Chester Avenue, 135 Chester Avenue, and 58 Arundel Avenue. And regarding the trees and landscape, we have done a report and a protection plan showing there will be only one tree needs injury. The rest will be preserved. And regarding the 10% less rear yard landscape, we have reduced the deck And we also mentioned by planner Stephanie, we'll be using permeable pavers for the driveway to reduce the impact to ground floor water and landscape.
I think I agree with you, Bruce. Yeah, I think we have to look at it in its immediate context and the broader context too. And this does go quite deep, but for me, it's not just the depth; it's the bulk of the depth that does, with lack of any kind of changes to it to break it up. And I think that makes it really unpleasant for the immediate neighbors. So I agree. I would not be supporting it. I did want to commend the applicant though on the laneway suite, doing that within the requirements of the bylaw and quite sensitively, I thought. So that was a positive element.
And I would agree with both of your comments. I too am concerned with the overall bulk and that sidewall heights and how far back it goes. And so it really does negatively impact the adjacent abutting neighbor.
I'm happy to. Sure, I'll put forward a motion to refuse the application.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Heidi Evangelista, on behalf of the owners at 459 Palmerston.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. You're okay with that.
So I do have questions. The plans that I've seen, the basement plan shows 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. And I just did not understand what is going on there. Is this a rooming house or what exactly is being proposed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, this will not be a rooming house. There is a family, a larger family that, you know, have children that go to school. Through COVID times, everybody's realized that everybody needs to, because there's a couple of them that have had to quarantine. So, you know, under the situation in today's time, they've realized that everybody needs their own private area and private space. And that's why we're proposing, it's all one unit. I have to add that it is all one unit, and it's just to accommodate, there's such a demand for larger families to be in the downtown core, and that's why we have designed the basement as it is.
And if we look at, I think the ground floor, the main floor, I believe it has the same issue of bedrooms with every bedroom having a bathroom. If we can pull up the main floor plan.
Yes.
So I'm just having really great difficulty. How do we know this isn't in fact going to turn into some type of student housing or something like that, where it's no longer, it becomes multi units?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would be speculating if that's what were to happen. We've had conversations with planning staff. And, you know, this is the direction that, you know, units are taking going forward to give those, you know, families with children, they have their own area. We've discussed it with planning. They are in support of the application. They have no concerns. And it's mere speculation through you, Mr. Chair, that we suggest that it is, and if it does become that, as we all know, it will be reported as such. However, those that are now living in the home will continue to live in the home. They just have growing families and needs that they all have separate areas, be it because they work in hospitals, you know, they are in factories working with many different people. So they all want their own private area in the event that it's required medically. And we are in agreement with the conditions being asked by Urban Forestry. The house that remains, we are only adding an additional 33.89 square meters. To the project in itself.
I have one question. I read that you're reconstructing the rear parking spaces and wanted to know if you would be open to doing those as water permeable pavers.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll start off. I do agree with Nimrod that the units are quite strange in that every bedroom has a washroom, but for me I think that other systems will take care of that, and I don't think that that's necessarily the issue that's forefront in my mind. So I think what's being proposed is very reasonable in terms of the variances being requested, and it's just kind of filling in a void under a second floor. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve subject to urban forestry condition 2 and subject to the condition that the rear parking spaces be constructed with water permeable pavers.